Gaming news today is all about disappointment. First, GTA 6 has been officially delayed into 2026. Yes, I got this one wrong. I'm going to own that. All the confidence expressed to the shareholders had me convinced they would be hitting their target release window. We're going to talk about the new date that they've revealed and what it could mean for 2025 and all the games coming out, as well as Take-Two's CEO and what he said and the impact it's having on the share value. Second, Xbox is raising their prices on basically everything, and it begs the question, will PlayStation be next, or will they try to hold the line on price going into the second half of 2025 with a strong lineup from their own titles and the annual Call of Duty release? Third, the Arc Raiders Tech Test 2 is continuing, and I tried it out. I'm going to give you my first impressions. I'm going to dive into Arc Raiders gameplay this afternoon for you, so if you're watching this later, make sure and check that out. And as always, I am going to put a game on your wish list and your radar. So as always, if you're watching on YouTube, one of the best ways to support me is to hit that like button. Make sure you're subscribed to the channel. Make sure your notifications are set to all. Submitting or joining as a member and contributing to the content firstly and foremostly through that way, that direct way of support, that is a great way to support what we do. You get all this extra content. So hit join, make sure you pick Member Plus, you get into the extra shows. Twitch, you can do the same thing by subscribing with Twitch Prime or a sub, and you'll never see an ad on Twitch when you do that. So let's get into this. Yes, it's official. Rockstar tweeted that they are going to be delaying GTA 6. I had to double check to make sure it was not a fake account, but it is indeed real. GTA 6 has been delayed into 2026. They said the following: Grand Theft Auto 6 is now set to release on May 26th, 2026. We are very sorry about this, and it's later than you expected. The interest, the excitement surrounding Grand Theft Auto has been truly humbling for our entire team. We want to thank you for your support and your patience as we work to finish the game. With every game we have released, the goal has always been to try and exceed your expectations, and Grand Theft Auto 6 is no exception. We hope you understand that we need this extra time to deliver at the level of quality you expect and deserve. We look forward to sharing more information with you soon. Sincerely, Rockstar Games. So, there you have it. And yes, I got this 100% wrong. The way that Strauss Zelnick stressed fall of 2025, the number of times they assured shareholders this was landing in 2025 and the current fiscal year. I'm going to be curious what the response will be from shareholders. Will Zelnick face some hard questions in the upcoming earnings call, because this is a huge shift? Back in February, their stock value climbed after the assurances that this game would be landing in the fall of 2025, and they didn't just push it into the first quarter of 2026, allowing it to still land in the fiscal year. It basically is right smack in the middle of 2026. This is well timed, though. With the upcoming showcase season, all publishers and developers are now free to start dropping their release dates, and the good news is May 2026 is so far away, it gives plenty of time for studios and publishers to shift away from May and not suffer too much loss or pipeline disruption. I'd love to know what you think. You can leave a comment below, or we can discuss it in the live shows. Also, in the realm of disappointing news, this is not something people wanted to hear. The bad news doesn't seem to stop. Xbox is now raising its prices on basically all of its hardware. The Xbox Series X is about to be $600. The 2 terabyte Series X is going to be $730, which is more expensive than the PS5 Pro. And many are speculating that Game Pass is about to get a price increase as well. Shinobi, notable insider, responded to someone on Reset Era who said, well, at least Game Pass wasn't getting an increase, and Shinobi just sort of laughed. So yeah, Game Pass is probably getting a bump soon as well. And now everyone's holding their breath to see if PlayStation follows suit. Or do they hold the line? Do they benefit from another Xbox market slant toward their platform? With GTA 6 now landing in 2026, PlayStation still may have their sights set on Death Stranding 2, Yote, and the annual Call of Duty to be strong pushes for them. And being able to not raise their console price would definitely help. Or they may say, listen, we're in a better position in the market demand-wise. Raising price won't hurt that. Since Xbox just did it, we'll make more money on each device if we do that. It really could go either way, so we'll have to wait and see. I do think it calls all future hardware plans for Xbox into question. They just reported another hardware decline, one that they anticipated, and they follow that up with a blanket price increase on all hardware and even their controllers. It really makes me doubt the future plans, but we'll have to wait and see. What do you think? Does this make you think differently about the future of Xbox hardware? Leave a comment below, or we can discuss it in the live shows. We also have Arc Raiders continuing to make a splash, and I finally checked it out. When it comes to Arc Raiders, okay, listen, I get it, all right? There's a few performance issues on PS5 Pro that I had to deal with. There was some weird screen tearing and some random stutters. That could have just been server lag. But listen, I get it. The vibe, the tone, the setting, it works, okay? The PvE elements are actually very challenging. I think they're challenging enough. I firmly believe they could iterate on that and offer a PvE option to players who don't want to play PvP. In just one game, like my second game, I fought 5 drones, killed a sniper drone on top of a roof. I looted all of those drones on the ground. I ran past 2 more drones. I snuck past 4, and then I extracted with another player who had already opened the doors. So, as I said, I get it. The grind, the missions, the leveling, the gear. They've got something here. And comparing this to all the game's footage and the feedback and reviews that I saw for Marathon, I really don't think there's much of a contest here. Outside of folks who just prefer first-person shooters or they just don't like third-person shooters, outside of that, I actually think this thing has a lot of potential. Now, I'm going to play it this afternoon. I'm going to play it on my channel with my man Hilly, and I'm going to keep coming back and saying I really would love to see a PvE option for this game because I think they could nail it, and they already have. What do you think? Would it make you play the game? Would it make you walk away from the game? Leave a comment below, or we could discuss it in the live show. And now I have a game for your wish list and your radar, and this is one that I've actually been watching for a while. It kind of disappeared from the limelight. They had been accused of like one-to-one stealing animations from Dark Souls games. This is Wuchang Fallen Feathers. It now has a release date of July 24th of 2025, coming to the Xbox Series consoles, PS5, and PC. The latest gameplay looks good, but it is a bit visually messy, and I would call it like visually polluted. There's a lot of particle effects, dust, smoke, flashing animations, so it's difficult to kind of see what's going on. Even when I watch the 4K trailer, I think it's a bit muddy. Overall, most of the trailers and gameplay I think look good to now. So again, be sure to check out Wuchang Fallen Feathers July 24th of this year. This year continues to stack up and have more in it. So that's the news. And now it's time for the discussion. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to you guys. I know you're wanting to come in and say it. You're wanting to brag. I get it. I totally understand. Get your victory laps in. You've earned the right. You have earned the right.
Dude,
hang on
one of the
one
best
second.
ways
I need
to support
I need
me-
to double check something. It didn't work. Why did it not work? It worked yesterday. It didn't record the file right, creature. Excuse me. It didn't record the file. The source is set to recording. It's supposed to put it in captures, and it didn't fricking do it. I don't understand that. That's so frustrating. We got it working yesterday just fine. This is working? No, I hit record. It's supposed to record just the one source, and it didn't frickin' do it. I still think you need to use these. Make the best of it. We'll figure it out. I recorded it. Now that I'm on Fiber, I can literally record videos and upload them on the fly to him, and it doesn't affect the stream. I don't know why it didn't work. I don't know why it didn't work. Make the best of it. It's supposed to put it into the captures room, and it didn't do it. I don't know. Maybe when I open and close I need to also then hit the button. Maybe it can't use NVENC AV1 because I'm streaming. I don't know. Yeah, I hit start recording and it doesn't do it. That's really irritating. It's a plugin in OBS. This is going to distract from the show, so let's just get into the discussion. I'm curious what you guys think about some of the things that I had to say. Do you think they are? Do you think they're going to be, way more games like announcing their releases? Do you think there's going to be, what's the back half of this year going to look like? Would be my question. I do have some people to thank. Give me 1 second here. So Ward Huff with the Member Plus adds to the total. And then Han shot first, and so did you, Joker Quinn, with the first gifted member of the day, 287. Thank you guys so much. And we do have a friendly little contest going between the two platforms, and it is now officially tied. It's 3-3 Twitch. Let's see what we got. Oh, dude with the drum set went and resubscribed over here on Twitch. Thank you so much. Oh, no, I'm sorry. He gave out 1 community sub. Thank you. Putting Twitch in the lead 4-3. Thank you so much for that. Oh, yeah, the Ghost of Yote Collector's Edition. Is that available right now? Yeah, it's available right now. I definitely want to snag that. I don't know how many of you guys are snagging the Ghost of Yote Collector's Edition. We will we'll obviously be playing that whenever it comes out. Stop gifting me subs, says Texas. Are you trying to pay for your own, or do you not want to get one? You know you can disable gifted subs on my channel, right? Like, you can do that. You can say that you don't want to receive them. I'm not sure. If, like, we've had some people saying that lately, like they can't stop getting gifteds, and they actually want to pay for their own. So you should just be able to, like, disable that. Like, if you don't watch the content, you don't want to be getting the subs. I totally get that. Like, I don't exactly know why YouTube does that. YouTube sometimes sets it up to be like grabbing people that, like, watched one of my co-streams or something. And then they end up getting subs every single time that we have people gifting. Not now. Place order. You seem irritated today. I don't think anybody asked you what my emotional state was, but thanks for projecting onto me. Joker Quinn with the 5 bomb takes us up to 292, and then 3 come in from Stone Spire, taking us to 295. Thank you so much. And that takes us up to 11 for YouTube, to the 4 from Twitch. I knew it would be bad marketing to release GTA 6 only a month after Borderlands 4. Take-Two wouldn't cannibalize its own sales. I don't think this has anything to do with Borderlands. That's normal Lono temperament when he has to interact with technology. That recording has ruined him for the day. It's really irritating. We literally spent 25 to 30 minutes last night testing it, and we got it working. And then today, it just doesn't work. That's frustrating, man. It's like, okay, it just doesn't want to work. I don't know why. Alana Pierce has a good video on the industry and why it explains Xbox's push to everything's an Xbox. I thought her video was fine. I don't understand why she praised everything's an Xbox. I feel like that was an incredibly out of touch section of her video. It's like, there's literally no evidence to suggest that turning everything into an Xbox is going to suddenly get you more gamers. Like, people are going to be like, well, I've never played video games before, but I will now that I can do Fire Stick and Cloud on my TV. Like, I think that was a big miss from her. That seems incredibly out of touch to what gamers want, as well as what non-gamers are going to respond to. It's like, I don't know. Also, her video was largely just like, a lot of people saw money to be made in the gaming industry, so they invested a ton of money, and once they can't make crazy gains, they're going to move on. Like, I didn't feel like there was anything astute there at all. It was like, yeah, this is all pretty much how the industry and how tech industries work. This isn't surprising. It didn't feel like there were any smoking guns. It didn't feel like there was anything that insightful. It was just, oh, okay, people invested a ton of money into gaming. and then they're going to move on when they're not making any. Yeah, they've done the same thing in the tech sector. They'll do the same thing in medicine advancements. I mean, that's not abnormal. There was nothing in it that made me go, oh no, we're in trouble and headed for a crash. It was like, yeah, that's what angel investors and corporations and publishers do. I don't know. It did not seem to be. Everybody acted like it was this amazing video, and I was like, I didn't see anything that was that alarming or shocking or it didn't seem to illuminate anything. It was like, yeah, I don't know why anybody's shocked by any of this. Listen, you're welcome for my extreme graciousness. Oh yeah, Wheezy. I too am extraordinarily humble. That's right. 45% increase in year to date for Game Pass subscriptions, and Microsoft's now the biggest publisher on Sony. Everything is an Xbox marketing strategy is working. What you just said is a non sequitur. It doesn't logically follow. The everything is an Xbox marketing strategy has nothing to do with publishing games on Sony. That's not that has nothing to do with turning everything into an Xbox. Like Xbox being able to sell property on PlayStation and make a ton of money, no one again is shocked by that. Call of Duty has like 48% of its annual sales on PlayStation. I don't think anybody was surprised that like Xbox started publishing games on PlayStation and made a ton of money. Again, like, yeah, 2 + 2 = 4. That has nothing to do with the everything is an Xbox strategy, because the everything is an Xbox strategy and commercial essentially says that your tablet, your phone, your TV, those are all Xboxes. Have they established any reports that have indicated that they've had this incredible surge in MAUs of people using Fire Sticks, tablets, TVs, and phones? I don't think they have. All they've established is that their hardware continues to fall, and they made a ton of money publishing on a platform where there's lots of users who buy games. Yeah, I got a collector's edition. I don't think so. I don't think there's... That it doesn't logically follow to be like, yeah, the everything is an Xbox strategy's working. No, their publishing strategy's working. It's looking like Lono might have a free Friday night. Madam will not complain about that one bit. Yeah, if we don't hit the 500. I have some people to thank. Edward Hulse with a £5 super chat says, with GTA 6 being delayed, the Game of the Year race for 2025 has been thrown wide open. It's anybody's game. I don't think it's anybody's game. I think right now it's a fight between Death Stranding 2 and Expedition 33. I think Expedition 33 has a good chance of taking it at this point. It's got the media darling treatment. It just continues to get praise. Like the president of France, like, congratulated the devs. Yeah. I think Expedition 33 is your current front runner, and I think the only game that I've seen trailers for that has a chance to unseat it would be Death Stranding 2. People keep saying Ghosts of Yotei. I'm a huge Tsushima fan. I don't think Yotei will be able to unseat Expedition 33. No way. I think Yotei is going to be great. I'm really looking forward to it. I think there's a ceiling on what Yotei can achieve within the genre and the story and within the framework of those types of games. Doom? No. I don't think Doom has a shot of beating Expedition 33. No way. Expedition 33 is being talked about like Baldur's Gate 3. Like, it's getting that level of treatment from the press. Those are the people that are voting. Those are the people that are voting. Mick Pratt with a $5 super chat says, more time to marinate in Doom, Borderlands, and Night Rain. And I am going to set the super chat goal. I'm sorry I forgot to do that. I will gift a member. There we go. And then a single gifted comes in from DK Bager and gets us to 296. And he takes the day. The fight between Twitch and YouTube is now 12-4. It's a similar type situation. It's not to the same extent. Baldur's Gate 3 had a bit more hype surrounding it. I mean, I'm not saying it's exactly the same. I'm saying it's the same. The way that people are talking about Expedition 33 is the same as how they talked about Baldur's Gate 3. I mean, it's maybe not to the same level, but it's the same. The press, the YouTubers, the gamers, the social spaces. It is 100% the beloved title right now of 2025. Do you think Randy will undo the Borderlands 4 release? The Borderlands 4 release never had anything to do with GTA 6. I tried to tell y'all that. I said, listen, they don't want to be next to Bungie. That I'm telling you, that's why they moved it. It had nothing to do with GTA 6. It's all because of Bungie. You do not want to it's not about competing for players, it's about competing for attention. I'm here to tell you, Bungie can pull a ton of attention during the week that Marathon launches. Sponsored streams, they can do their own streams, trailers, marketing pushes, and Borderlands appeals to fans of Bungie and fans of Destiny. You don't want Bungie, being on the stage at the same time as you. 5.0 Trey Gaming with 3 months says, Lono, people act like the PlayStation isn't making money of the Xbox games that come to the platform. PlayStation's winning, respect all. And then a single gifted from Biggie Smalls. That gets us to 14 on the day. Twitch, a 10 bomb could tie it right now, and that takes the grand total to 298 for the week. Wait till Doom drops with everything you said and more. The advertising, word of mouth, and hype. No, I'm here to tell you Doom won't come close to touching Expedition 33. I don't think so. I'm serious. Like, Doom and Ghost of Yotei are 2 of my most anticipated games this year. And I'm telling you, I'm looking at the way the press is talking and acting and covering Expedition 33. Expedition 33 right now is the literal out in front by a good margin lead for Game of the Year. I don't think Doom and Yotei come close to touching it. I don't think so. Doom is going to be great, get great scores. Yotei will be great, and it'll get great scores. It won't be enough. Expedition 33 is disruptive. It's having that Baldur's Gate 3 effect on the conversation. People are like, where the frick did this game come from? 30 people? Like, it's more than 30 people because they did outsource some of the work. But I don't know. You've never even heard of Expedition 33? Doubt. Crimson Desert will make Death Stranding 2 look like a golem game? Okay. The constant pitting games against each other like that is so weird. I think both games can be amazing. And from everything we've seen from Death Stranding 2 and the Decima engine, what you're saying is absolutely absurd. Crimson Desert's unproven. We'll have to wait and see. The Decima engine and Kojima are proven to do excellent work. I think what you're saying is insane. It's go time. I'm up. Donkey Kong Death Metal says, from it's go time, I'm up to cheating in a chess tournament. Oh, yeah. Well, I expressed my own thoughts on that yesterday, Donkey. I'm being gracious, and I don't know. I've got a video of what I said that I was potentially going to put out there, but I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. My response yesterday was not one of, being vindictive and judgmental, which was obviously very tempting, but I don't think that's productive. See what I said above? When I'm living in a moment. Oh, when you're living in a moment. It's the same with Breath of the Wild. It was the same with God of War 2018. Same with Elden Ring. Same with Baldur's Gate 3. Expedition 33 is a moment. That's exactly right. That's what I've been trying to tell people. This isn't just like a good game. It's like a moment within the gaming culture and the gaming conversation. Like, I don't know what to tell you. I believe that GTA 6 delaying is awesome because Take-Two can watch how the market moves while this is happening. What are your thoughts? I mean, they can certainly watch the response to $80 Mario Kart and maybe make a judgment. I don't know. Don't do a video. My only thought behind doing the video, Wired Rope, is I think what I said is very poignant and helpful and gracious, and I would want it to be seen. It was at the tail end of the stream, and like nobody saw it. Flipping this for when Expedition loses Game of the Year. I didn't say it was going to win. I said it's the current front runner. You just heard this morning, and the first thing you thought it was you. A lot of dominoes are falling, Donkey Kong. That's all I'll say. I have not once said that it's going to win. I've just said it's the current front runner. I think Death Stranding 2 and Expedition 33 are going to be your two frontrunners for Game of the Year. I think your other nominations are probably going to be like Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, Doom, Split Fiction, Yote. Like, these are all in the running. I'm not saying Expedition 33 is assuredly going to win. It's just currently the Baldur's Gate 3 of this year. It is. And I don't think a Monhun or a Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 or a Doom or a Yote, I don't think the gaming press is going to talk about those games the way that they're talking about Expedition 33. Do you hear what I'm saying? Like, the GTA 6 delay 100% opens up the conversation. And Danzatastic with the 10 bomb saying, hey boys, let's get that Friday night stream with Madam. We don't want to miss it. And he starts the engine, and another one comes in from Ashen for 44 months, doing my part for the red team. I hate invaders. There it is. And that takes us to 309. So that's 11 to add over here to the friendly contest. It's not really friendly anymore. Twitch just keeps throwing in the towel. What about Death Stranding 2? I've mentioned it multiple times. What the world? I've continued to say that before Expedition 33 came out, I said that Expedition 33 had all the markings of a Game of the Year contender, and now it's out. And I'm like, this is the year's frontrunner. This is this year's Baldur's Gate 3. Look at the way people are talking about it. I still think Death Stranding 2 has a shot because I believe Death Stranding 1 and Kojima have aged like a fine wine. I think they're going to get treated, that game and Kojima are going to get treated with similar sort of media darling treatment. I think people are going to really gush over him and over his game. Listen to what I'm saying. I am not saying that Doom won't be good or Yote won't be good. I think these games are going to be great. They look like very strong games. They've got good developers behind them. What I am saying is, I do not think you're going to see Doom the Dark Ages or Ghost of Yote spoken about in the way that Expedition 33 is being spoken about. When the dialogue around a game hits the current fever pitch, you have to know, these are the people that are going to vote in Game of the Year, not you. Your opinion matters very little in this. The people that are talking about this, the people that are gushing and just absolutely heaping industry-wide praise on Expedition 33, they're the ones that vote for Game of the Year, boys. And I don't think they're going to have the same fever pitch response to Doom or to Yote. I'm looking forward to those games immensely. They're at the top of my list. And I'm just being honest, boys. I'm just being honest. Expedition 33 is the current frontrunner, and it's going to be really hard to beat it. Really hard to beat it. Yo, Breath's Chosen, thanks for 14 months and a member light over here on YouTube. If you want to count in the total, you got to be on Member Plus. Member Light's basically the gifted tier. I agree, our opinion doesn't matter. Your opinion matters. I'm saying in the voting process, your opinion doesn't really count for much. You may need to talk slower. I see what you mean. The chatter will be much more positive than normal. Expedition 33 chatter was universal acclaim, similar to Baldur's Gate and Elden Ring. That's exactly what I'm saying. I'm not saying that Expedition 33 is way better than those games or it's the best game in the world. I'm saying the people that vote are very much having a conversation right now that's very similar to how they spoke about Elden Ring and Baldur's Gate 3. You can feel it in the air. You can feel it. It's like, it's electric. It's electric. It's like, oh my gosh, people are really gushing over this game. And they're going to remember that when it comes time to vote. And they're going to be like, yeah, Doom was good. We gave Doom an 8.5. We gave Doom a 9. We gave Yote an 8. We gave Yote an 8.5. Those were very good games. But Expedition 33, I mean, that's how it's going to go, I think. Death Stranding 2, I think, is the only game that could unseat it. Because of the way that Kojima and Death Stranding have kind of aged within the hive mind and the sort of the zeitgeist of the gaming world. Yo, a gifted member from Sal. Thank you so much. And he bumps the line over here to 310. 310. Y'all are going to need to bat signal the big boys today. Bro, on Porter Rock's podcast could not stop talking about Expedition 33. This delay isn't about bugs or mission polish. It's about setting the stage for the future of digital life. Rockstar knows that GTA 6 is not just a title, it's going to become a platform. I heard that they delayed GTA 6 to make it turn-based. I always thought it was based on sales. Oh, no. If it was based on sales, then every year, like, Call of Duty would win. Like, nothing would ever be able to outsell Call of Duty. Or, like, these insanely popular, like, mobile gachas, they would win every year. You know what I mean? I know you guys are getting ads on YouTube. I'm running an experiment. I'm sorry. Let me run it, and I just want to see what happens. $5 from Trash Beats over here on YouTube. Yote in October and no GTA in November. I'm hopeful PlayStation has something else coming before the year's out. Praying for Venom. I'm just doing a little experiment. I want to see what happens when they run them instead of me. Because when we run them, it's terrible. Like, it's absolutely terrible when I run them. If I run an ad on YouTube, it's just like everybody, it's just awful. But if they run them, I'm wondering if it'll be less painful. Concord 2 is rumored. Not taking anything away from Kojima or the other games, but the fact that Expedition 33 was made by such a small team and how big it is, I think it deserves it. Ashen, I think what you're explaining is contextual praise, and it's really hard to not have that be a factor. It's super hard not to have that be a factor. Like, psychologically, when you would watch those contest shows and some sort of frumpy person would walk out and they seemed a little clumsy and a little socially backward, and then they would sing like an angel, that had an effect, right? The judges would be like, oh my gosh. Like, but if like a supermodel walked out or like a really good looking guy walked out, I was like, hey, how y'all doing? Starts playing the guitar and sings really well. It's not as impactful, right? There's a context here that makes this more impactful. People are like, this is a small studio. Yes, it's more than 30. They did outsource some of the work, but still, small studio pulled off the seemingly impossible. They've got a AAA quality, AAA sized game, and it's not just AAA size and AAA quality. Like, they innovated within a genre. They're getting people like me who don't play turn-based games to play it. I told you guys before, I said, I think this game is going to be a Game of the Year contender, not just because of what it looks like. I was like, I think it's going to be the first turn-based game I roll credits on. It looks incredible. It looks so fun. It's so stylistic. It's so impactful. It looks very, very winsome. And it's, buddy, it's all those things. And a renewal of a VIP from Savage Sharkbite, 44 months. He says, happy Friday. It is a happy Friday. Well, not necessarily a happy Friday. Seeing GTA 6 get delayed and Xbox prices going up is certainly not the news people wanted to see, but it's what we got. It's what we got. To be fair, they copied their mechanics from the Mario RPGs. I need you to take the day off before you hurt yourself saying things that are so stupid it might actually make you pass out and hit your head on the way down. I need you to take the day off and don't type anymore, okay? Seriously, look into my eyes. Just close the app and go take a nap. It's a glorious Friday. GTA 6 delay is the funniest thing in a while. Oh, why is it funny? Why is it funny? I haven't played it yet. But I'm going to be 3 years in a row where my personal game of the year are turn-based games. Baldur's Gate 3, Metaphor ReFantazio is one of the best stories I've ever experienced. And now Expedition 33. Expedition 33 borrowed from Legend of Dragoon and other games, but they executed it perfectly. Yeah, don't start doing they copied it from somebody else. They innovated within the genre, and people are digging it. They innovated within the genre, and people are digging it. Don't start doing that nonsense where you're like, yeah, but they basically just stole for Shh. Stop. I mean, the story seemed cool, But man, walking packages across the land was kind of lame. Oh, you talking about Death Stranding? It'll hook you if it hooks you. You know, if you can get past that first 4-hour hump, and I know that's such a tall order, right? I know that's such a tall order. That's not what I'm saying. You said, to be fair, they copied their mechanics from Mario RPG. That's not true. They didn't copy mechanics from Super Mario RPG, brother. Like, come on. Just stop before you hurt yourself. Just stop. Action prompts in a turn-based game was created by Mario RPG on the SNES. Paper Mario and Mario Luigi continued this. Yes, they did, brother. Relax. You know, I remember now why you were banned. I remember. It's because I don't like you. I remember. It's so clear why you were banned. Yeah. Telling me to relax. Okay, well, I'll tell you what you can do. You can relax even better now, knowing that you can't talk in my chat. Once again, you've earned your ban. Get him out of the Discord, too. Get him out of the dadgum Discord. I don't want him around. He's unpleasant and smarmy. And the only person that's allowed to be unpleasant and smarmy is me. Because this is my house, doggone it. And I'm going to be the unpleasant and smarmy one, sir. Wheezy's like, that's my job. Creature's like, wait a minute. Now Intergalactic is incentivized to skip 2026. Why would you think that? Why would you think that? Explain that one to me. So any year that GTA 6 lands in, people should just leave that year and not launch. It's 12 months in the year, and you're like, yeah, they should just skip it. I just think all video games from this point on should just quit. Just cancel everything. Don't ship. Why? Well, GTA 6 is coming after all. You know? Yeah, just delete the industry, guys. GTA 6 is coming eventually. Guys on YouTube, do me a favor and hit the like button. I know you're getting ads. I know. I'm sorry. I'm running another experiment. I want to see if it's less harmful for YouTube to run them instead of me. I am sorry. If it's too painful, you know, you could sign up for premium. You know? Like, I'd rather you, I guess, sign up for premium and freely watch and then, you know, do that instead of a membership to me, you know? If that's what you need to do. That's, unfortunately, I can't do what I do for Twitch. You boys on Twitch, if you get tired of seeing the ads on Twitch, just subscribe on Twitch and you'll never see them. I unfortunately cannot do that on YouTube. What a banger year for Game Pass. I mean, yes, this is by far the best year Game Pass has probably ever had. Obviously, the Xbox guys are a little hesitant to celebrate Game Pass right now. I think they're worried, notably, understandably, that the Game Pass price is about to go up again. Just watching Lono every day makes the premium worth it. Ads suck, for sure. Rogue Necro with 39 months in a VIP. Xbox is just copying PS5 Pro price mechanics. Yeah, I think that's the way that the pony should celebrate this. Be like, oh yeah, now you guys are now it's cool to raise prices, huh? You want to copy PlayStation? Oh gosh, yeah, those $80 Nintendo games. That's a bunch of corporate greed and Xbox does it. And it's like, well, now what are you gonna say? Now what are you gonna say, boys? Glad I'm subbed on Twitch. Red Team's winning, but taking L's. Hey. Yeah, Red Team's going to have to scramble to hit the weekly goal. You guys are going to have to signal flare some of the monsters to come in here. Why did that guy get banned? What did he say? Did he even say anything in the chat? On YouTube? I didn't even see him say anything. Boom. I hardly pay for on new games anymore, especially single player games. Wait for the sale. If you have a backlog, waiting for sales is a really good strategy. It is. Waiting for sales is a really good strategy. Guys on YouTube, we just need a couple more likes. There's so many of you here. Smash that like button. We should be heading to 300 likes right now. You boys on Twitch, you could scramble. You could scramble and you could try to beat YouTube. It's pretty shocking to see console prices jump this much at a time in the life cycle that they should be starting to come down in price to capture the back end of the market, says Nova. People who hung on the previous gen's hardware have little incentive now to upgrade. That's why I'm curious if PlayStation's going to just hold and not touch their prices. Right? Yo, what's good, Ginger? Like, I wonder if they're just going to hold and not touch their prices, because it's pretty compelling if you go into the store right now to buy a console and you see an Xbox Series X for $600 and then you see like a PS5 Astrobot bundle for $400. That's a $200 difference. That's an awful lot of games that you could buy with that savings. And especially with the narrative in the public now very much aware that Xbox is putting their games on PlayStation. Yeah, and then the Pro is $700. Like the Xbox Series X that's got the 2 terabytes, that it's $730. That's more expensive than the Pro, and it's a weaker device than the Pro. Like, what? I mean, unless you're the weird bleed green fan fiction guys that just make up things and talk out of their rear ends and say that the Pro is not as strong as the Series X. I mean, those guys are delusional. But if you're an actual person with a brain and understand that, oh, the Pro is stronger than that Series X, and it's weak, and it's less money. It's like, what? Just build a PC? Well, I don't know. A $400 PS5 bundle with Astrobot's pretty compelling versus building a PC. Like, building a PC is certainly an option, but I don't know. $400 to plug and play, even $700 for the Pro to plug and play. If you've seen any of the footage of like AC Shadows with like global illumination turned on, it's like, well, that's a pretty, yeah, with the GPU prices, I don't know, man. I don't know. The Pro's looking pretty good all of a sudden, isn't it? Oh, all that bluster, you know, all that bluster and all that anger, all of a sudden Pro's not looking too bad, huh? You know what I'm saying? All those boys out there needing adult diapers for how much they wet themselves over the PS5 Pro's price. And all of a sudden, it's like, wait a minute, that's actually maybe not too bad. You got GPU prices going up. You got Xbox console prices going up. Now, the truth is, though, I mean, PlayStation 100% could raise their prices. I don't know if they would raise their prices on the Pro. They could maybe raise prices on the base models by like $50 or something. You know, we'll see. A $5 super chat from Subtext. Do you think any games preparing for early 2026 and avoiding holiday 2025 may actually end up landing back? I don't know. That's an excellent question. So GTA 6 delayed, you know, seeing this in the headlines, you know, GTA 6 delayed, you know, is that going to cause all these publishers and developers to say, hey, November's looking pretty good all of a sudden, you know, we were going to land in February or March. I think I'll give you a maybe, right? I'll give you a maybe. The audio in Discord was superb, but I missed all the action over here, so I switched over. Well, good to see you, Goddess. You know, I'll give you a maybe. I don't think game companies typically like to, like, shift dates earlier, right? The pressure that brings. You have pipelines, you have timelines, you've got marketing schedules, you've got deals. You know, I would imagine that if that's where the game was kind of scheduled to land, suddenly being like, but we don't have to worry about GTA 6. Like, okay, that's true, but are you going to want to take on that pressure of, you know, shifting timelines, you know? My Pro cost me $1,000 in Canada, but a same performance PC would cost me at least $3,000. Yeah, a lot of people want to invoke like their region's price on the Pro, and I'm always like, well, what's your region's price on a really good PC? What's your region's price on the Series X? Like, you know what I'm saying? Everybody always wanted to invoke, but in Australia, but in Canada. I'm like, okay, but what about everything else? Like, I'm assuming tech in general for you is not great right now, you know? Sony, I think, just raised prices just in other countries. They raised prices like 3 years ago in other countries, and it wasn't even recent. Yeah, it wasn't even recent. X Jason says, I work in gaming. Shifting release dates is hectic. Even if we finish early, we usually stick to original dates. Yeah, I'm not in the industry, Jason, but I happen to you know, observe for the last decade that moving a date earlier is like, that's kind of tough. That's why, you know, the whole, you know, people thought that the GTA 6 release date was in relation to Borderlands, like shifting earlier. I was like, now we know. I told you guys, I was like, I don't think that Borderlands 2 release date has anything to do with GTA 6. I don't think it has anything to do with GTA 6. We have pretty definitive proof now that it had nothing to do with GTA 6. Remember when you guys were like, well, maybe Gearbox knows, you know, maybe Gearbox knows. Oh, it was 3 weeks ago? I thought they did it 2 years ago. Oh, this is a second one. This is a second price bump. Price raise in Europe, Australia, and New Zealand. Yeah, this is a second one. Yeah. There was. You're correct. There was a price raise on PlayStation a couple of years ago in select markets, and they just did another one in Europe, UK, Australia, New Zealand. Yes. Thank you for the correction on that. Yes. What was I saying? Yeah, Borderlands. Yeah. I don't think that you guys are like, oh, but Gearbox could know the GTA 6 release date. Do you still think that? You guys still think that? You still think that might be a possibility? I was like, I don't think so. I don't think Take-Two or Rockstar would be letting other developers know. You know what I mean? I think it's very clear that Gearbox is avoiding Bungie. And not because I think Marathon's going to be some big, huge, massive hit. Quite the opposite. I think it's headed for trouble. My current prediction is that Marathon gets delayed and then infinitely shelved. You know, they're going to get it out of the limelight, and then they're going to take it to the woodshed and tell it to look at the pretty flowers. That's my current prediction. That's just the strongest feeling I have is that it gets delayed. My secondary prediction is that it gets indefinitely shelved. But like, I would put money on it getting delayed at this point. No, I've not looked at the questions just yet. The first question is from you, Camille, and you are saying the following. What if instead of a PvE only option, Ark went with a no PvP time for the first 20 minutes and then the rest of the round is PvP? So if you don't extract, you opt into PvP. Well, I really like this as a suggestion. I do. I like this as a suggestion, Camille, but the question would be, what's the motivation to stick around for that fight? My whole thought is, if there's a clear dividing line between this is PvE environment, this is PvP, the PvP environment would have better stuff. Higher tier loot, higher payouts. You could have quests and missions inside of Ark Raiders that aren't even completable in PvE. Like, you'd have to go into PvP to complete them as a motivation and as a reward for those people taking the greater risk. Like, if you go into the PvP environment, you're taking a greater risk. I think you should be awarded appropriately. Your idea is great, but how do you reward them appropriately? They could be like, no, just bail at the last minute and you get all your stuff. There'd have to be some kind of an increase in payout, a multiplier, something, or like I just said, some type of a mission quest thing that will never complete if you don't stay and stick around for the PvP. And I actually kind of like your suggestion, because guess what? If I didn't get any really, really great loot and it's about time to extract, I could be like, you know what? I'm willing to risk my kind of scuffed build here. Let me see if I can't bag a couple bodies, right? But if you get some primo loot, you're like, we got to get the frick out of here, bro. We got that pressure to leave would be pretty cool. It would be The PvP, see, oh, I really like your idea the more I think about it. The PvP would function as like a pressure cooker. Like the pressure would mount. You're like, we got to get out of here. We've got to go. PvP's about to turn on. My loot's too good. So even for the PvE players, PvP could still add that sense of pressure and intensity, even if only from a distance, but that distance closes. I really like your idea, Camille. I do. You just have to properly motivate and incentivize people to stick around for that section of the game where there is PvP. It has the feel of a shrinking zone in BR, yes. So even if you're like a pretty committed PvE player, there's still this heightened sense of pressure and threat, even if it's from a distance. And what they could do is periodically they could lower that timer and say, you know, we're calling this week the pressure cooker, and PvE is going to end after 8 minutes. And you're like, holy frick. And so you'd have to do like speed extractions or you'd be in the fight, right? They could do some really fun things with it. Listen, I'm here to tell you, Arc Raiders, they've got something special. They really do. I'm really here to tell you that PvE element could be very, very winsome to getting people to come play the game who ordinarily would be like, I don't want a PvP, bro. I don't want to get killed by another player. My first game, I got shot by another player from up on some hillside. He pinned me down, wouldn't let me move, and then these bots surrounded me and I died. And I was like, if that would have been really late in the run and I was trying to extract, man, that's a rough intro to the game. It was like I'd only been in the game for like 2 minutes, and I was like, well, no big deal. I'll just run it again. Thank you for the gifted member, Goddess Omega. She's trying to poke this line. If you guys want that Friday night stream with Madam, you got to hit that 500 on the week. And we fell behind this week, and we've had crazy big scrambles on Friday before, and you're gonna need one. I watched your video on Twitter. The teabagging at the end was hilarious. That guy was great. Can you shoot each other in that room? Like, once I was in the room, could I have shot him? I didn't want to do that. I thought that would be really scummy to, like, run up to him as he's using the computer and, like, shoot him in the back. Like, I didn't want to do that. I would have felt bad. And he didn't shoot me either. At what point can you not shoot? Like, is it once the doors go up? Is it once you're inside that room? How's that work? I didn't even try to shoot. Some areas you work together, some areas you're against each other. Hang on. Did you see this one? No. What's this guy doing? So he's way up top. Oh my gosh, what the frick? Oh my word. You guys have got to see this. Chat. You got to see this one. Look at this robot. What the heck's it doing? Is that supposed to happen? It's got that Helldivers cinematic effect at times. That was really, really good. And Siege Master's gonna make it interesting. Goddess Omega gifts one on YouTube, but then a 5-bomb comes in for Twitch. There it is. Let's make it interesting, boys. Let's make it interesting. So that's 314 on the week for YouTube, and then Twitch is gonna climb to 9. 20 away from Twitch. It's so much better now. Arc Raiders has the sauce. That moment that we just watched almost mimicked the cinematic quality that you get in Helldivers at times. Yo, and a single gifted comes in from Stone Spire. I know what he's doing. I know what Stone Spire's doing. He wants to see a 10 bomb up to 325. And then I'll owe you guys some members. Thank you so much, Stone. Wait, I don't know what Stone's doing now. He did another one. He's going to 316. Stone's just pushing the button. He's just pushing the button. He's the man. What game is that? That was Arc Raiders. It's a PvE extraction shooter. You guys funny when it happens? PvE is so good. It really is. I killed like 4 drones. I got pinned down in like this tube, and I fought 4 drones. It took forever because I've got like beginner gear. I'm just shooting, and I'm shooting. I'm like, finally kill him. I step out, and this stinking sniper bot on top snipes me and almost kills me. I counter snipe him because I brought a rifle with me, and I kill it. I loot everything. I recharge my shield back up. I heal back up, and I'm like, I got to extract. So I run to an extraction, and then you guys saw the clip on Twitter of me extracting with that guy. And this is all related to Marathon. This is all related to GTA 6 getting delayed. It's all related because people thought that Gearbox moved the Borderlands 4 release date because of the GTA 6 release date. And I'm here to tell you, we now know that's not true. The GTA 6 delay proves that Borderlands was not trying to avoid GTA. No. Matt Piscatella says GTA 6 getting pushed does not mean there will be a sudden bunch of dollars available for other games in 2025. It just means that a bunch of the dollars that would have been spent on gaming this year have disappeared. Did Lono see the 10 bomb? And a 10 bomb comes in from Stone Spire. I didn't see it. The problem is I hate that. Hang on. Dope. Thank you. I have to type up there so I'll see it when it moves. And that takes us to 41 in the contest. Stone Spire's trying to make it happen for tonight. He's helping out. He's doing his part. D-Tom with VIP, 44 months. I'm not usually interested in extraction shooters, but this intrigues me like the Division Dark Zone did. They just need a minor PvE to get me more interested. And that is going to bump this member count to 327. Thank you so much. Yeah, so I think we now know that GTA 6 was not playing a role in the Borderlands release date push. It's earlier now. I think we definitively know that it's related to Bungie and Marathon. It's related to Bungie and Marathon. I like mid-year big releases. And we've got some coming up. Doom is almost here. And then there's Death Stranding 2 in June? Or July, I can't remember. And Siege Master drops a 5 bomb on YouTube. Siege Master out here playing for both teams. You love to see it. Whoops. I can't type. There we go. The secret sauce to making PvEVP work has always been for people to feel like they have the tools to fight back. And do they feel like their things are dynamic enough and unpredictable to keep them interesting? Team Lono, thank you. Did you talk about the massive Polygon layoffs? I mean, I don't have much to say. The gaming press has just continued to slip in relevancy, click rates, and money. So it's sad, but some of it, PlayStation Studios. Wait, what? Oh, this is just a random account. Oh, this is true. This guy says Wolverine has officially been delayed to 2026. The game was announced in 2021 PlayStation Showcase, but due to major changes at the studio, the game has been pushed back to next year to polish the game and handle bugs and glitches. That's just a Randy talking out of his rear end. He doesn't know anything. That's just a Randy on Twitter. That's not like an insider or anything. Oh, and by the way, if this year was if this year you were going to get Wolverine, they would have already told us. You wouldn't wait with a Marvel game until like the last second to be like, oh yeah, Wolverine's coming this year. Like, we would have already seen the trailer. We would have already seen the release date. That guy's talking out of his rear end. That Wolverine was not slated for this year. It was not. It was very clear. Even if you look at the leaked roadmaps, that wasn't within the realm of possibility. Yes, I bought the Ghost of Yote Collector's Edition. 4 years and counting. That's not abnormal, though. It took a long time for Hellblade 2 to come out. It's taking a long time for Fable to come out. It's taking a long time for State of Decay 3 to come out. There were plenty of announcements from Xbox that did the same thing. We're just all sitting around waiting. Like, early gen announcements like that are totally normal. It's not abnormal for them to be like, hey, we're entering into a new generation of, Xbox Series X or PS5, and they just show a bunch of announcements. That's not abnormal. There's no cause for concern. People forget what happened at Insomniac. The leak disrupted a lot. I mean, yeah, they definitely had some ransomware company, not ransomware. They basically had people hack and steal their stuff and try to sell it to them. That probably affected them significantly. And they seemingly canceled DLC for Spider-Man. They had a lot of things shifting around. Insider Gaming says, we want to take a moment and welcome all of our new followers who found us over the last 24 hours. So hello there. We're Insider Gaming, a small independently owned news outlet focusing on insider news. In addition to insider news, we also offer a weekly show, daily views. We'll see you on the inside. On the podcast last night, they had some great commentary on how the gaming media is probably going to shift to more small independent outfits considering all the gaming layoffs. Yes. Yeah. Independent work of YouTubers and stuff for sure. And people that write, like Tommy Hendy's outfit over there at Insider Gaming. Kino Man Sky comes in with a member light and says, I fear the GTA 6 delay marathon won't be. I don't want Bungie to fail, but they cannot expect people to be buying an unofficial early access AAA game. Tommy's going from just a single guy tweeting to his own conglomerate is crazy to see. I said earlier this year that I thought the gaming community should throw their support behind Insider Gaming, right? I thought they should throw their support behind Insider Gaming. I said, listen, these guys do good work. They'll fix headlines and articles if they're in error. I feel like Insider Gaming does good work. I feel like Tommy Hendy's outfit is does a good job. I think Grubb could do something similar. I would love to see Grubb either become a contributor to Insider Gaming or Grubb could start his own outfit. He's got connections. He's been in the industry a long time. He has name recognition. I think Grubb could land on his feet and say, hey, we're going to run an outlet over here or something like that. Or, do something, Patreon or something like that. Guys, if you're watching on YouTube, make sure and hit the like button. I know you're getting ads. They should all be skippable. I'm running an experiment today. We've been trying to kind of navigate this and figure this out, and I appreciate your patience with it. We've unfortunately been put into a position where I don't know if we have a choice. I guess people do like extraction shooters. That's not free to play. Well, Arc Raiders is in a bit of a situation where I think them charging is going to be more tolerated because it feels like a more robust game than Marathon. Marathon feels very much like a minimum viable product, and Arc Raiders feels like an actual robust, well-built thing. Now, Wheezy said a little earlier, I didn't read it out loud, but I internalized it. He said he did not like the first tech test at all, and he's really enjoying the second one, and he was like, they really did listen to what everybody said. Like, that's the key. Now, on that token, Marathon could do the same thing. I don't think Marathon has enough time. That's why I think Marathon's going to get delayed. Goddess says 332 out of 500 is a doable push. We could do it. I believe in this chat. Lono has an amazing community. Guys, Goddess is calling on you for a member train. She believes. They could have charged AAA price for Warframe. $40 for Arc is worth it. Isn't it interesting how the narrative around Arc Raiders is like the complete opposite of Marathon? I saw people saying they'd be willing to pay full price past 40. You know what I mean? Adam says, if you were an Xbox, what would you offer day one on Game Pass? I mean, I don't really know how to answer the question. I don't know if you're being serious or not. I think they've got to shift away from it, to be honest with you. I don't think it's working for them. I don't think Game Pass is it anymore. I think they'll raise the price and just not focus on it nearly as much. You know, if you got to pay $25 a month to get day and date, that really changes the optics on it. That means every 3 months you're paying $75. Like, every 3 months you're paying more than the full price of a AAA game. That's a lot, man. You know? That's a lot. That's $300 a year. You know, if you take that 300 and you divide that by 70, that's 4 full price games a year. It starts to really work against the value, you know? That starts to really work against the value of 75's less than 80. Still, not every major... I get what you're saying, Zubair, but not every game's going to 80. I mean, I guess Xbox did say their major mainline AAA titles are going to go to 80. So that's a possible like backdrop safe haven of like, yeah, it's still worth it because the games are now 80. That's assuming you pay full price for Game Pass. Right, but Cobra, you have to think about it. They want Game Pass to grow, do they not? Brand new people jumping into Game Pass, if they want day and date, they now have to pay for Ultimate, which is $20. If it goes up in price to $25, the optics on the value completely shift. That's $300 a year. I mean, if you're choosy and you're like most consumers and you buy anywhere from 2 to 4 games a year, you're going to save money by not doing Game Pass and just buying a couple of games a year, especially when games come out like Expedition 33 at $50. There's going to be more pricing spectrum coming forward. There's going to be $80 games, $70, $60, $50 games, you know, and when games are coming out in that spectrum of price, $300 a year is steep if you're only going to buy a couple of games a year to begin with. Now, if you're just constantly playing, you know, medium-sized games, indie games, and the like that hit Game Pass, sure, it still retains its value. You're still saving money. But I've always said there's a breaking point. There is a breaking point. Eventually, people are going to say, this is not worth it. I can just wait and be choosy and buy games rather than pay a price point that keeps going up. Because Game Pass is almost assuredly going to get a price increase. Now, the question, again, that I keep coming back to is, what does PlayStation do right now? Do they wait? Do they hold? You know? Rising prices only matter to the hardcore. I don't agree with that. Thank you for the $2, Juice Man. I don't agree with that. You know? I think the average consumer seeing prices go up, they're going to have a response, probably a negative response. If you guys are watching on YouTube as you pile in, double check the like count. It didn't move last time. Sometimes it's not like I'll call for like, hey, we need likes, and it doesn't move. Make sure it's saving your likes. We're gunning for 300 likes right now. PlayStation Plus, we have no choice to pay, or we don't play at all. That's not true. You don't need to pay for PlayStation Plus. What are you talking about? You only need it if you want to play online. You only need it if you want to play online. Like, the vast majority of games that have come out this year have been single-player games. You can play some of the best games this year and you do not have to have PS Plus. Tariffs are not helping the U.S. with high prices. This is true. Yeah, and you don't get cloud saves. That's true. Yeah, you don't need it for the free-to-play online games either. If it's a free-to-play online game, then you don't need it. You know? Yeah, guys, I don't know if YouTube is glitching or what. Like, the like count's it didn't even move. Is it working for you guys, or is it not working? I'm pulling up the stream on my end. It is literally stuck. It's just straight up stuck at 254. Everybody double check. There's no freaking way. There's no way. There's almost 600 people here. What is going on, YouTube? That's why a lot of people don't sub to PC Game Pass. Where have I heard this before? So Destin says, I played a tad of Arc Raiders. I think he meant to say a ton. Played Delta Force a ton. Oh, he said a tad. Okay, a tad of Arc Raiders, Delta Force a ton, even dabbled in Tarkov, and of course I played Marathon. I'm now fully in the Marathon needs to be delayed camp. This is by far the one closest to the minimum viable product stage. Let Bungie cook. There you go. There you go. Yeah, now it says 276 on the like count. There we go. Lately I've had to ask 3 times for likes. I don't know if it's because people are just being, stubborn or if YouTube's being weird. Like, it literally said 254. I said, hey, let's get some likes. And it, like, didn't move. I was like, oh, man, maybe the back end's glitching. Yeah, I pre-ordered Yote as well. Pre-ordered a collection edition. If you guys are watching on YouTube, make sure that you're subscribed as well. Make sure you're subscribed as well. And you can catch these shows every single day. I am a Safe for Work broadcaster. We cover variety gaming news. Same to you guys on Twitch. Make sure and hit follow if you're watching on Twitch. That's the little heart button. And you can support me on Twitch. Even you guys that watch on YouTube, if you have Amazon Prime, you can throw your Twitch Primes at me. It supports me directly. I guess I have to tell you, you've just been far less likable lately. Huh? Oh, for the like count. And a 10 bomb comes in from Cardock Ren over here on Twitch. And he takes us to 19. He's trying to make it interesting. He's like, come on, Twitch. Let's fight back. Let's fight back. Gaming, should we pre-order that Japanese whiskey too? What Japanese whiskey? Huh? Oh, I forget. We had like didn't we have like a deal or something? Was I supposed to get something? Wheezy says, Marathon just looks so safe. It's like the most succinct I can describe it. It's a safe game. I don't think it's good or bad. It's just safe. And a 10 bomb from Neo Reaper on YouTube answers back and takes us to 342. There it is. That's what I like to see. Don't even let Twitch think they can come close. Don't even let them think they can get close, YouTube. Can you imagine if I said that seriously? You're lame and nobody likes you. You've been less likable lately. That's why people aren't hitting the like button, Lono. I told you when you streamed and played the game, I would cover a bottle for the stream. Oh, yeah, Omar. Yeah. Let's do that closer. Let's do that closer to the date. We don't need to do that now. Fuzzy bought me some. Fuzzy bought me some bourbon last night. 300 likes? Yeah, we hit 300 likes. Thank you guys so much. Are you irritated because you're less likable? That guy was like, you sound irritated. I was like, I'm trying to use something that didn't work. What, am I supposed to laugh about that? What, am I supposed to be giggling? Ha ha ha. I spent 30 minutes testing a plugin with Creature last night and it worked and now it's not. Yuck. Yay. I'm so happy that it happened. You know? Get the frick out of here. Oh. A $5 super chat from Michael Moradin says, will the delay of GTA mean that it will benefit from the PSSR update that Sony is pushing for next year? It's possible. It's possible. I wouldn't draw a straight line there if I were you. I definitely think that, I definitely think that it's only going to benefit the whole performance discussion. Like, I want you to imagine a GTA 6 landing in the middle of 2026 and being capped at 30 FPS. Like, ooh, every year that goes by, the optics on that gets harder and harder to sell. And I'm here to tell you, that's a tough sell, dude. You can't have Digital Foundry out here being like, yeah, it's they use a great blurring method and burp. I'd be like, well, skipping that one. I am skipping that one, boys. 30 FPS in 2026. What do the kids say? Miss me with that, bro. No thanks. Yukili says, hey, Lona, when did you return? I've been out of the loop. We have been back on Twitch for about 3 weeks now. Dan Clancy welcomed us back to the platform. I was emailing him, and the moderation team was going to do it. Then they changed their mind, and I just sort of asked him, well, can I ask what changed? And he just told me to hold tight. And then a couple of days later, all of a sudden I was back, and he emailed me and was like, did you get the emails? I was like, oh my gosh, yes, I did. So I was grateful that he looked into it. I always said for the last 4 years, I was like, if somebody would just, look into this, I feel like they would see that, welcoming me back to the platform would be a great thing, and would maybe even be the right thing. So I've been super gracious and thankful to him for doing that. I've been very grateful. My family is grateful. My kids were so excited. I was like, hey, we're going to be back on Twitch. Can you play D2 again? No. No. FSR4 update might be a big deal. I mean, maybe those updates continue to improve, so when can we play at 120? Play what at 120? I don't think GTA 6 will release on PC. No. GTA 6 will not release on PC. However, I think this helps the prediction that I kind of made based on what Strauss-Zelnick had said. I know it's hard to trust Strauss-Zelnick right now, but I think the GTA 6 release date on PC is actually in a better position now. I think it'll be holiday of 2026. I think Strauss-Zelnick very much indicated they want to jump to PC quicker this time. He all but said it. He all but said that it's going to come to PC faster this time. So I think this delay probably only helps those efforts. It probably only helps those efforts. It gives them more time. And a $2 super chat from Fiction. Hey, Lona, do you think GTA 6 will be crossplay? Probably. GTA 6 will not ship with online, though. We have it on very good authority. The online mode will ship later. Look on the bright side. They can test out the anti-cheat with Dr. Oh, my gosh. Stop it. Anything Zelnick said should be ignored. Yeah, but this was not him talking to shareholders. This was him speaking to, the possibility and the potential of the PC marketplace. Did you talk about Dr. Lupo getting caught cheating? I addressed that yesterday. I watched it was his third. I think at first he admitted, but didn't really, and then again, but not really. And then the third time he was like, okay, yeah, this is what happened. So I watched that one where, he owned it. And I held and continue to hold a gracious posture toward him and everybody else. I understand what that's like to have the entire world, crashing around you and coming after you and responding in a way that makes it worse. I know exactly what that's like. So I am extending a gracious posture to him and hope that, he can, number one, get the help that he needs. He's talking about, getting back into therapy and that he needs it. And hopefully that he can learn from it, So I am not going to do the whole vindictive throw mud, thing. I don't believe that's the right response from my own personal faith and my own personal journey. I think that's unhelpful. I'm going to extend something to him that he did not extend to me 5 years ago, and I've got a video from yesterday of everything that I said that, I may or may not do something with it just to be like, hey man, maybe this can open up some pathways of empathy and conversation here. Y'all really, really did me bad and wrong, and there was a lot of things that were said that weren't true, and I think it's time for people to own that, but Super Googly with the super chat says GTA 6 delayed so they can release inferior port to Switch 2. Shut the frick up, Googly. Shut up. Oh my gosh. I don't think blaming it on mental health is right or correct. He doesn't deserve grace. Well, the definition of grace is that it's undeserved, homie. Yeah, I don't know if he quote unquote blamed it on mental health. Colin with a member plus. I think he was attempting to say, I'm not in a great place, and when you're not in a great place, you're going to make bad judgment calls. You're going to do things that maybe you ordinarily wouldn't do. So I didn't find what he said like he was excusing the cheating. I think he was trying to say, I'm not just going to say my bad, y'all, and move on. Like, he seems to be wanting to take ownership and action to better himself, which I applaud that. Like, I'm never going to not celebrate that. I don't know. I understand that he lied. I understand that he dug in and doubled down with the lies and then eventually was like, okay, jig's up. I got to really own this. I didn't find his reference to mental health to be like an excuse. It was more, it's the tone and the posture felt like ownership to me. Love believes the best. I'm going to try to believe the best and be like, he sees what he did is wrong and incredibly stupid. He's really, really damaged his reputation. It would have been one thing to cheat and to just immediately be like, I did something stupid and I'm sorry, but to cheat and to double down and like lie multiple times. People observed, they were like, that seemed really easy. It just seemed like he lied so easily. Well, when you're scared, yes. I think that, I think that's an astute observation, but I also think when you're scared, you can be very convincing. So, yeah, I think the repercussions for this will have, ripple effects for a while for him. And I hope in the midst of that, he does get help and that he does better himself. I don't know. I afford people the opportunity to change and improve themselves, even though that was not, even though they never granted me that possibility. I'm not going to return that posture in kind. You're too gracious with people like that. I think the only way that change and healing happens is with grace. I don't think it happens any other way. I know that personally in my own life. I wouldn't be the man I am today, and I wouldn't be sitting here with you guys if it wasn't for like the grace and the forgiveness and the strength of others, to help me and to be in my corner. So I never would want to see somebody, just basically turned into this dehumanized entity to wail on and cast to the side. I just don't think that that's productive. I think it's very inhumane. No, I don't believe it. I don't believe it about humanity. So. You're petty though, Wheezy. I'm always proud of the man you are, but I'm still petty. I mean, y'all can be petty. That's your life. That's your choice. That's your life. That's your choice. I don't, It was for 100,000, which makes it inexcusable. Imagine if he won. Well, but he didn't though. He didn't. I always try to be fair. I always try to be fair to the person involved. And to be fair to him, he cheated in the one, and then for the rest of the day, didn't he just keep losing? I don't think he kept doing it. I think he did it in a moment of panic, and then after that, I think he just kept losing. So it wasn't like he was like just rolling through the day, like on his way to winning the money. You know what I mean? I think intentions, I don't know. I think intentions matter, and I think in a moment of panic, he did. And I think he stopped and he spent the rest of the day losing. He cheated in 3 games. I might not have the full scope of the picture. That's fair. My understanding was that it was the 1 game. He stopped because he got called out about it. Yeah, I mean, if it continued and then only stopped when the attention started to kind of come out, well, then that does change it a little bit. I don't know. I think appropriate consequences and accountability and then move on is the right way to treat something like this. So I believe there should be at some level a ban for a certain number of days, because I think platforms should take a stand and say, yeah, that's not okay, and we're gonna hold to our policies. I think that's appropriate. I think it's appropriate for public ownership, and then I think it's appropriate to to do something in the aftermath, which is in as far as he's indicating is getting help, because When you do something wrong, getting help and trying to correct what's in here is the appropriate thing to do. I think it would be worse to be like, yeah, guys, it was just a lack of judgment. It was just a bad call by me. My bad. Sorry. It's like, no. It's not what goes into a man that defiles him. It's what comes out of a man that defiles him. Like, understanding that if you do something wrong, it starts in here, and attempting to fix that is the appropriate response. Like, I will never, ever look at a man who says, I did wrong, and I'm going to try and figure this out. I'm going to try and sort out what's going on in here, right? He didn't live up to the standards that he holds others to. That's a big deal when you fail in that way. That's a big deal. When you fail to live up to your own standards. That's, you got to do some soul searching and figure out why that happened. How did that happen? And if he's willing to do that work, and if he's willing to improve himself, I'm going to cheer for him. He could still, to this day, hate me and think I'm the worst person ever. That's not going to dictate what I do with my life and how I view people. Did he knock out anyone? Would that be a case for a lawsuit by that player? Yeah, he beat the guy. He beat the guy. I forget his name. He beat that guy. So I don't know how that. I don't know how you handle that in a tournament. Did they let that guy come back in or something? I don't know. In case it's not obvious, forgiveness does not mean forgetting. He needs to wear this, but do not need to be angry while he does it. Everybody's going to have to take their own path of processing this. If you've supported him financially with memberships, tips, and stuff like that, you got to do your own soul searching to see, is it a deal breaker? Do you give the man a second chance? Do you suspend the support for a while and wait to see, right? I think those are all completely fair responses. I don't think attacking him and calling for his career to be over is appropriate. I don't think those are appropriate responses. I think punishment should fit the crime. I've learned, I experienced firsthand an extremely nuclear, over-exaggerated response to some of the most benign and also untrue things. So it's like the punishment should fit the crime. I don't think being like, his career should be over, delete your account, blah, 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 blah. No, come on. Everybody just needs to settle the frick down. That's not an appropriate response. I'm all about second chances and live and let live, but this dude just tried to steal $100K. Who knows how much he's stolen in other events or tournaments, then add the self-righteous acts for years. And again, that's just something that the public and people are going to have to decide. I think he's only sorry that he got caught. Knowing yourself and knowing how you live and knowing things that you've done in your past, isn't it generally true that a lot of the times the catalyst for change is getting caught? Are you so righteous that if you do something wrong, your immediate inclination is just to admit it? No, your immediate inclination is to hide and lie, to protect yourself. Your natural inclination is to defend yourself. Defense mechanisms are very strong because it's instinctive. It's instinctive to defend yourself. That's animalistic. That's a part of your makeup, brother. You can act that righteous? You think you're that good? You think you're that pure? That if you screwed up, you'd immediately be like, oh yeah, I'm sorry, I did wrong. No, all of us have been there. All of us know what that's like. Thank you for Hercules doing the cheers over here on Twitch. We've all been there. We've all been there. Sometimes the greatest catalyst for change is getting caught. We've all done dumb things and had lapse of judgment and done things that we shouldn't have. And your immediate response is not to be like, yeah, it's all on me. I'm so bad. Let me, cast myself before you. No, your immediate reaction is to minimize. That's what he did, right? He minimized. He lied. Everybody does that. You can act like you've never done that. You've never tried to minimize a wrong you did. You've never tried to lie about a wrong you did. Come on. Come on. We're all humans. We've all done it. So I'm not casting the first stone. I'm stooping out. I'm reaching out and saying, hey, been there. You know, that's tough. You know, now it's time to improve and change. So giving him grace is the right thing, but also make me question his past success. He welcomes that. He totally welcomed that. He's like, I know this calls into question a lot. Like, he said something to that effect. He totally knows. Like, the degree to which he's screwed up is pretty significant. I think he knows that. I do. I think there's innate justice just woven into reality. Like, it has 100% damaged his reputation and his past efforts and his past everything. Like, it does. It permanently damages it. He has to know that. When you spend years acting like your cape flaps in the wind, you should wear it a little harder than others. I felt like I got that from his apology. He talked about how hypocritical it was. Like, he owned the hypocrisy that he's always, ranting and angry about cheating in Tarkov. I feel like he wore that, He wore it. I didn't get to the end and feel like, oh yeah, he didn't say enough. I was like, no, okay, yeah. He's a good actor. That's a judgment call people are going to have to come to. They're going to have to decide whether or not they feel, it's genuine or authentic. Here's the thing. And this is what I believe. I believe genuineness and authenticity, things that are going to be like displaying a posture of change, a posture of repentance, right? That's something that doesn't happen in that moment. It happens ongoing. Like, nobody right now needs to judge him based off of a 2-minute apology. You have to judge him on the conduct of his character going forward. Do you feel like a month from now there's a genuine sign of change and there's a posture of humility and like that's the true test. The test is not whether or not you feel like his apology was 100% genuine. Listen, we're complex creatures. There's a percentage of what he does that's done out of fear and self-preservation, which is a form of selfishness. Like, there's a degree to which what he did is even at some level not purely altruistic and righteous. It's like, no, there's still some level of self-preservation that's active, but I tell you what, we don't really know until, weeks and months have gone on. You don't judge a man by his 2-minute apology. For God's sakes, I want to say that louder. Like, you don't do that. You judge a person by their conduct over the next couple of months and years. I believe that if you were to do that to me, it would be clear. It would be very clear that 2020 was just an absolute exercise in falsehood. That is all the claims about me. I'm not some monster. I'm not some predator. Like, so that's the test now. The test is not whether or not you comb over body language in a 2-minute apology. The test is now, does he do the work? Does he display signs of change and character improvement and humility? Does he do that? Your situation isn't comparable? I think it's comparable in that when you respond to a monsoon of anger and hate, you can make things worse. I think it's comparable there. He did. He made it worse. So did I. If I would have been a little bit more prudent and a little bit more wise back in 2020, I could have probably gotten better results. But at some level, I did the same thing. I reacted, I was fearful, I was in duress, and I made things worse. So I don't think like the offense is equal. Like those are very different. I do not disagree with anything you're saying, but if I read his Twitter timeline over the years, it just calls for more than, well, you effed up, it'll be okay eventually. I'm not saying it'll be okay eventually. I'm saying you screwed up. Now you got to do the work to earn back the trust. Now you got to do the work to earn people's, admiration and respect again. You got to do the work. Trust is easily broken. It is not easily re-earned. I don't think this just goes away. I'm saying don't judge him based on a 2-minute apology. You've got to watch him over the next couple of months. If you're a potential supporter or a longtime supporter or just somebody in the public who watches content creators, the next couple of months, that's truly what you have to decide to judge him by, not a 2-minute apology. So, your situation is different than him choosing to cheat. You did nothing wrong. I have never claimed that I did nothing wrong. I acted in very foolish and reckless ways. I acted in ways that were not in line with my beliefs. I acted in ways that were not in line with what I believe a married man should be doing. I failed in those ways. None of those things are deserving the utter destruction that I experienced. But I have never claimed that I did nothing wrong. I claimed that I'm not who they say I am. I've claimed that, like, hey, there was, 18 things said, and 2 of them are sort of true, but largely exaggerated. The rest of the stuff just isn't true. Like, I never tried to claim that I was completely innocent. That would be absurd. I acted like an utter fool. I have to thank a couple of gifteds here. Catwalk gifts a member, Stonespire gifts a member, and rounds us out to 345. They're trying to get it to work here. That 5-bomb to 350. You guys are probably going to need some of the big boys to show up today if you guys are going to want this to happen. Stone's fishing again. We're talking about $100,000. Because he tried to defraud a gaming outlet instead of a financial institution. It's getting downplayed. Yeah, I don't know what the repercussions of that could possibly be, Creature. Yeah. I don't know. These contests and these tournaments, I'm sure, have terms and conditions and guidelines and things like that. I don't know if he agreed to, did he sign something that, hey, man, if you cheat in this tournament, there's potential litigation. I don't know. Because he just really damaged that entire event, and he also damaged somebody's attempts, a chance at winning. There's all sort of, it's a spider web. It's a spider web of issues. It's not easily solved. It just isn't. Your journey's been great to see. Please write a book. It'll help a lot of people who walk through hell and come out on the other side as better humans. I mean, I appreciate that, Mick D09. I don't get what the long game was. Listen, my background and my degree in counseling, my understanding of psychology, my own experiences, my own group therapy sessions with people who have done bad things and have tried to make things right. My theory would be that it started out of pure fear. Oh, I messed up. That's embarrassing. I don't want to be seen on a stage this big. Yeah, ego, pride gets pricked. I just screwed up and lost my queen. Let me use this thing to fix it. You get a little taste. It's really hard to stop. You get a little taste, and it's like, yeah, okay. I'm kind of moving through here. I'm beating people. Yeah, look at me. The heart is deceitful above all things. Who can know it? Your heart and your ego are very easily persuaded to be like, oh, this feels pretty good. And then what happens? Hey, man, what are you doing? You're clearly cheating, blah, blah, blah. Here comes the negative attention. So he stops, insulates, gets defensive, lies, tries to protect himself. All these are wrong, but all these are very understandable pieces of human behavior. Do you see? It's I'm not justifying it. I'm simply saying I understand it, which makes him not some crazy monster. It's yeah, just a dude that did something dumb. We are men of action. Lies do not become us. Lies and deception are very dangerous because they lead to more. They lead to more. It can be very, very intoxicating to make people think that, oh, he's really good at this, or like, oh, look at this guy go. Like, that can be very intoxicating. It can be hard to let go. Explanations aren't justifications. Yeah, I am not at all trying to justify. I'm simply saying I could understand how a guy that doesn't do this sort of thing could fall into it, and then could have a hard time letting go, could have a hard time stopping, and then would be, the instinctive response would be to lie and be like, oh, I didn't know, huh? What? Like, I remember back during the OG Counter-Strike days, I installed a wall hack just to see what it was like. Next thing I know, I was using it for a straight week. It took me long to come back around and smack myself out of being a cheater. It's easy to fall into. I mean, thank you for the transparency. Like, right. Like, yes. We're so easily intoxicated by things and drawn into things, you know. I don't know. And here's the thing. Here's the crazy thing. I think what Lono is saying is we can allow that he's not an irredeemable monster. Which is how I was treated 5 years ago, and I just refuse to treat people that way. I refuse to treat people that way. I know how incredibly frustrating it is. I know how, untethering it is. I know how demoralizing it is to be so just stripped of your humanity and treated like a monster and a villain, and you're like, and deep down you're not those things, right? He's as complex as you are. He's a dad. He's a husband, right? He's got a lot of things going on that aren't just, he's a villain now. He's a Disney villain. Cast him out like Gaston. Like, I don't like Disney princess sentimentality about humanity where like somebody's either pure and righteous or evil and wicked. I don't think it's that simple. I just don't think it's that simple. I'm not saying that. I think, Creature, your posture is this should not just be quickly swept under the rug. It's a significant thing. I don't disagree. I'm more pushing against the idea that, like, he's this awful, terrible, irredeemable person. It's like, I don't believe that for a frickin' second. I think he's done a lot of good. I think he could continue to be a force for good. Do you stream games or just do chat discussions? A bit of both. We usually do games when they're new and super relevant. I will be doing gameplay today of Arc Raiders with a buddy of mine. We're a little off the rails, but that's okay. I mean, there's not much to be said about a GTA 6 delay and Xbox prices, going up, and we've been streaming for, 2.5 hours. So I'm very comfortable talking about this because I just continue to hope that, like, the path forward for a lot of people and for me is grace, it's forgiveness, it's restitution. I firmly believe that. And they could all hear me say it or see clips of me saying this and say, nope, F him, he's a manipulator, he's a horrible guy, he's a predator, he's a jerk, he's awful. Those are all things that are not true. If people are going to believe things about me that are not true, there's nothing I can do other than to just put on full display every day a show and my character, and I even stream with my wife. And it's like, I think those are all direct refutations for everything that has ever been said about me in that regard. I'm being asked, do you think Twitch will suspend him? I think they should. I think he should publicly welcome that. I think he should say, listen, I accept some measure of suspension here. I broke the rules. I think that would be, a good gesture. And I do. I think Twitch should hit him with a 3-day, 7-day something. They should say, listen, this kind of thing's not tolerated. We don't look the other way on this. Yeah. I think you enforce TOS and you say, 3 days, 7 days, something to that effect. Let him take that time, work on himself, soul search, reflect, spend time with the wife and the kiddo, do some therapy, rebalance yourself. This kind of thing is very it's very destabilizing. It's very untethering. Now's not a great time to just keep on working. No, not a permanent. No, he doesn't deserve a permanent. No, like a 3-day, 7-day at most. I wouldn't go beyond that. Not at all. No. I've been watching you for literally years. You're far from the labels people refuse to let go of. Not much you can do about it, man. That's just how people operate. And a 5-bomb comes in from Dylan. Come on, boys. Let's do it. Let's do it. A 150 run to 500 is totally doable. I'd say a year? No. No. Come on. There have been people that have done pretty egregious, pretty terrible things on the dadgum platform, and they get like 24 hours. You know what I'm saying? He doesn't know. Don't agree. Why is a year too much? It's 100,000. And Raphael McCoy comes in with 2 single gifteds. Thank you so much, Raphael McCoy. He's contributing. He says, come on. And Josh does one as well. A little train is starting on YouTube. Thank you so much. That's going to be 8 on top of the 58. We should probably just take this down again. Poor Twitch. Just doesn't have a fighting chance. Yeah, I don't think the potential monetary gain is a factor here. I don't think so. And a single comes in from Stonespire, and I know what Stonespire's doing. He's going to probably bump this to 355. He's trying to tempt a 20 bomb to 75. That's what he's doing. That's what he's doing. There it is. I knew it. And we'll see if anybody takes the bait. Somebody's asking if I have any animosity towards Bungie. Not right what they did. Also, it's probably so hard to move on when people constantly bring up the past. We actually don't have people bringing up the past that much. I mean, people will come in and say nasty stuff and we just ban them. A lot of people thought my negativity towards Marathon was because of my history with Bungie. It has nothing to do with that. I just called it as I saw it, and I ended up being incredibly right on the bullseye. Like, all of my content about Marathon has aged incredibly well, which, historically speaking, my content about anything Bungie does ages incredibly well. Like when I said the puff piece from IGN about the misconduct at the company, and I said there's really bad stuff that happened there, and give it enough time and it'll all come out. And then Chris Barrett's fired for being a predator. So my predictive powers with Bungie are quite good. So I would say my animosity towards Bungie doesn't exist because I just completely moved past really caring about them or their game. You know what I mean? You've had a pro-Bungie bias in your attempts to be fair, understandable, but still. Yeah, I mean, I have actually historically been very pro-Bungie whenever the live service discussions would come up, and people were like, how could you possibly defend this company? And a 5-bomb comes in from Dean Bromley. You know, I very much, I felt like was consistent and fair, because the live service debates would come up and I would be like, I don't understand. This is one of the companies that you should be going to for live service advice. Like, So to act like, oh yeah, he just hates Bungie and he's going to crap on anything they do is just simply untrue. I don't do that. I don't do that. I never have. So let's get the stream to 400 likes. Let's do it. Let's get to 400 likes. We're trying to get to 500 members. We're just kind of chilling and talking about anything now. We will be playing Arc Raiders later with Hilly. I've been watching since the Twitch days. You got me through my first raid. You used to go by Mad Murph. I remember Mad Murph. I remember your name, dude. Somebody says, has this person ever said anything about your return to purple? I don't know. I'm not sure. They kind of disappeared when all of Barrett's emails and messages got exposed. They thought their court case was a clapback, and then Sony clapped back with lightning. I mean, that was like, that was pretty. I think that was pretty embarrassing. I've always said that when somebody is doing stuff like that, there's always a clear paper trail. There's going to be a ton of evidence, and there is an ample amount of evidence, right? I always said that. I was like, where's the evidence? In my situation, I was like, where's the evidence? There isn't any. Like, what is this? This is a bunch of hooey. And in this case, this guy claps back on wrongful firing, and Sony's like, oh yeah? Why don't we just let everybody see what you said then? Why do you think I've always wanted discovery process? It's like, well, let's go through discovery. Because like that's always the clearest way. That's always the clearest way. Right? Anytime anybody's kind of outed for something, I'm always like, there should be a very, very, exhaustive investigation, so that we know for certain. Right? Discovery processes are, usually very, very telling. I'm just enjoying games like I used to, but I genuinely don't think there's been a single first-party game from Nintendo or Sony, and especially Xbox, worth the jump from 60 to 70 F80. I don't even think it's about if it's worth it or not. It just becomes the base price, right? Does this person even stream anymore? I don't know. I don't know, Jaggy. I don't really pay attention. I don't pay attention to any of them. I remember when you were saying at a Rage and we got all the community together to solve the Corridors of Time puzzle. Yeah. That was fun. That was fun. Those are fun times. It just comes down to how much disposable income you have. Yeah. It becomes entirely about whether it is worth it or not. I don't understand your position. You can choose not to buy the price if the price is a bad value. No, this is what I'm saying, Zubair. He's arguing as if the games themselves should inherently improve equal to the dollar amount of the increase. And I'm like, I don't expect that. This is just the new base price. Like Yote being 70, I don't expect there to be some like tangible, noticeable measurement of like, well, it's $10 more and here's why. Like, I don't expect that. I expect it to be at the caliber of a AAA first-party PlayStation Studio game. This is just now the base price for those games. Goddess says, I'm going lurker. If anybody adds to the member goal in my absence, show them some mad love. Thank you, Goddess. You've always said that time is undefeated. 2025 has shown that to be true. Yes. I've always said that time and truth are undefeated. I have always said that. I have always said that, to this day, I've always said that. Open to investigation, open to discovery, because I know it would bear out the truth. And the people that always tried to shut that down and silence that and stop that, there are reasons for that. And you're starting to see those reasons. I always said I would survive discovery. None of those people would. And you're seeing that. You're seeing when it happens. It's like, oh, there you go. Cost of equipment, office space, salaries, benefits, services are going up. Right, like the cost of games going up, again, the cost of games going up isn't because the games themselves are increasing by some measure of inherent value. You see, that was why my response was like, I don't expect them to be like, oh, this is definitely worth 80. No, it's like, well, this is the new base price. This is just where things are headed because of everything going on in the world and the cost to make the games. Like I'm not going to turn around and review Yote or Mario Kart and be like, they didn't really justify the extra 10. You know what I'm saying? Like, Mario Kart didn't really justify the $80 price point. I'm going to be like, no, was it at the caliber of a first-party Nintendo title? If that's their new base price, then, you know, for what they consider like their premium releases, I'm going to judge it within that realm. I got a Switch 2 pre-order. My wife got a Switch 2 pre-order from Target and Walmart. I failed in all of my efforts to get a Switch 2. I failed in all of my efforts. She was able to get 2. I'm going to try again. I'm going to try again when the Nintendo one's open. A Mind's Eye release update? What are they saying? We're pleased to confirm that no delay has been announced and Mind's Eye remains officially scheduled to launch on June 10th. I still don't feel like we've seen actual gameplay of that game. Let's look at some of the questions you guys are submitting. SteamDB Marathon Alpha numbers are not good compared to Arc Raiders. Do you think it shows the competition between the two games are just higher level of confidence? It's a lot of things. I think it's easier to get in the Arc Raiders tech test. I think it's easier. I do think it has more momentum. I do think it's got more appeal. Streamers and YouTubers are bigger on it. That's going to help more people go check it out to play. There was virtually no momentum for Marathon at all. You know? Like, there was no momentum with Marathon at all. So, like, I think all of those things have contributed to the more tepid response and turnout for Marathon versus Arc Raiders. I don't think it's as simple as like, well, Arc Raiders is just a better game and it's doing better. It's like, there's a lot of things that are going to contribute to that kind of a chasm of difference. Yo, Worm Dust, thank you so much for subscribing on Twitch with your Prime sub, man. I appreciate that. Welcome in. Oh, that adds to the total. Hang on. Hold on. 20. Twitch has got 20 on the day. You know what we should do? I think this is fair. Oh! I think you guys should both be able to contribute since we are having a bit of a scramble. I think both platforms should be able to contribute. Do you guys think that's fair for tonight? You know, a lot of you guys have shifted your support to Twitch. You know, that's possibly slowing us down a little bit. Creature says, I don't. If we don't hit the goal, go see Sinners or Thunderbolts. I assume we both contributed. I kind of feel like they both should. We split the audience. I think they need to feel it. No Friday night would do them some good. Well, what do you mean? Twitch has done 20 today. Why do those 20 not count? There's been a handful of gifteds from Cardoc Ren and Siege Master. Cardoc Ren and Siege Master would have gifted those on YouTube if it weren't for Twitch. Both those guys do that. That doesn't, I don't know. I don't feel like that feels very fair. We still might not hit it. I mean, it's only going to boost it to 380. We're still, and Uno Yodai comes in with the 20 bomb and takes us to 380. He's like, listen, whether you do it or not, we're gonna make a mad dash here. And a 10 bomb from Pat Puck on YouTube. YouTube just takes no prisoners in this friendly little contest. Holy moly. They're like, YouTube's like, we don't want their help. We don't want Twitch's help. Zyber says, our gifts mean nothing. Awesome to see you back on Twitch, brother. Thank you, Wormdust. Patpock says 10 more. I did 10 more. We were at 380. I added your 10, Patpock, to 390. I did. Nintendo Shop has stopped showing shovelware and AI slop in the top charts. The streaming war within the community. That's right. And a 10 bomb comes in from Alapark, and he gets us to 400. I think I owe you guys 20. Alapark's like, let's make it an even 400. What did we start the day with? Here, hang on. Let me pull it up. I need to make sure. I don't know what I owe you guys. When the goal first popped up, it was at 287. So yeah. Happy Friday. Crispy Bogod comes in with a single. Agent of Chaos 401. Preacher told you guys that you weren't going to let Twitch help, and YouTube was like, well, okay. Thank you, Crispy Bogod, for a VIP renewal and then a Member Plus renewal from Feed Chicken. Thank you very, very much. And that's 98 on the day against Twitch. $5 super chat from Uno Yodai. We've been doing it without Twitch. Why stop now? My man, making it rain confetto. Thank you so much. I will gift a member. There we go. I owe you guys a single as well. That idea of no Friday night for real got real quick. MTO submits a members only question or a subscriber only question. You guys can use that question command to do this. Have you played 100 Line Last Defense Academy? Came out same day as Claire Obscure. Feels like it got shafted by the media. I think you'd like the quirkiness of the game. Let me look it up. Hang on. And Raphael gifts a single, taking us to 99 on the day against Twitch. Okay, so you're calling it, what are you calling it? 100 Line Last Defense Academy. You're playing that game, says Jack Garland. Is this a Switch game? Oh, so it's kind of like XCOM. Lona 1000% not like that game. Yeah, listen, like Expedition 33 has certainly given me an inroad to not just understand, but to really enjoy turn-based. I would never play this. Props to anybody who's enjoying it, though. I know these types of games are popular. You know, XCOM style games are certainly popular. Glad you're back on Twitch, says Shaitan. Miss Heaven Lono is my background noise. Well, we do this Monday through Friday. And a 20 bomb on YouTube from Uno Yodai. He says, we are not going to accept the charity of Twitch adding to our total. We're going to get there ourselves. myself. Thank you so much. Uno, yo, die. Thank you, sir. Yo, what's good? Hey, what's good, Parasito? Parasito, have you been here? Did you know that I'm back on Twitch? Spread the word, brother. Spread the word, brother. Yo, what's good, J-Stock? Long time no see. Long time no see, J-Stock. How are you, man? Anyone else get a blip or just me? Not seeing it. Not seeing evidence of a blip just yet. Guys, if you haven't smashed like on YouTube yet, do me a favor and do that. Try to get us to 400. Really close. I'm great. When did you get back on Twitch? I've been back on Twitch for about 3 weeks. Back on Twitch for about 3 weeks, yes. Yeah, I saw what Schreier said, that, like, they basically did this delay because they did not want to do, you know, crunch. My take on that would be that could be more pragmatic than altruistic. Like, they know that that doesn't work on a project that size, right? I'm trying to turn the legs of the chair. You can say it's BS. That's okay. How you doing? I'm doing great, dude. I'm doing great. Thrilled to be back on this platform. And 2 singles come in from Stone Spire, and he secures the next milestone. I now owe you guys 5 more members. Thank you so much. And thank you, N Milkster, for jumping back in as a member plus. Oops, that is an Agents of Chaos. And that is... Ooh, hang on. That would take us to 100, but then there's the one... We're at 122 on the day. And Bandit jumps back in as a member plus. Thank you so much. You are the man. I'm not mad at the delay either. We all figured it was going to happen. Yeah, let me go back to what I was going to say. I think the GTA 6 delay being about crunch, I think that's more pragmatic than altruistic. I think they know for a project this size, crunch would just absolutely harm quality. Like, it would be really, really bad. You know? Like, I don't think it's like, oh, we want to do right by our people. I mean, I'm sure that's a part of it, but I'm not going to give them a bunch of like claps on the back. I mean, these are giant corporations that are, you know, motivated by profit, and they tend to treat people, you know, in not the best of ways. But like, avoiding crunch isn't exactly cause for like, oh yeah, they're doing the right thing. And Quintar renews their membership. And it's a member plus. If you guys are watching on YouTube and you upgrade to member plus, or you sign up brand new to member plus, it counts as 2 because we are still trying to get that number to go up. So thank you to everybody who continues to maintain their member plus. You believe there's no crunch? I highly doubt that. I think a project this size, I don't think crunch would work. Yeah, I don't think crunch would work. It's like a Herculean effort to get a game like this built and out the door. Crunch doesn't really line up with how this game is being built. I don't think it would work. You know? Two-year ban and forced to play marathon as punishment. I don't think Cobra Kai is watching the live stream. Schreier says compared to Red Dead Redemption 2, there's far less night and day, as he reported. Yeah, if Schreier is saying that the employees are like, no, there's not really crunch at the company, not like in the past. You know what I mean? Yeah, there's a lot of people that are not fans of turn-based games that are absolutely loving Expedition 33. Like, I'm one of those people. It is calling my name from afar. Like, I'm dying to not be able to play it. You know? Would absolutely love to be able to play it, but I really want to finish AC Shadows. It's hands down your game of the year. I think a lot of people are going to land there. They're likely trying to source out day one patch items early to reduce crunch before and after launch. Oh, Paris, you said, I didn't know, but holy crap, that's great. Did they finally put their head? Well, Paris, I was emailing Dan Clancy back and forth for about a month, and he indicated that the moderation team was going to do it, and then they changed their mind. I wasn't really clear on why they changed their mind, but I asked him, and he told me to hold tight. And then 2 days later, I was unbanned. I was reinstated, and he emailed me and was like, "Did you get the emails?" And I was like, "Yes. Oh my gosh, thank you so much." So, a lot of people give Dan a hard time, but I think a lot of it's undeserved. I don't follow a lot of that, but why people don't like him and stuff, I don't know. I don't pay much attention to it. I was grateful to him, for looking into it. Yo, a $20 tip from N Milkster. Thanks for your continued informative content. Thank you for the $20 super chat tip. I lost my job a couple of months back and just landed a new gig, so showing some love and back to being a member plus again. Keep up the good work. Let's crush Twitch today, team. Thank you so much, man. Congrats on getting that job. Congrats on that. That's awesome. And thanks for jumping back in as a member plus. That's incredible. This news yesterday or 2 days ago. What are you talking about? And a 20 bomb on YouTube from Parasito, and puts us right on the doorstep of 450. Unbelievable. And a single comes in from the Cisco to get us to 449. Look at that. Oh man. Team Red is taking it home once again. Taking it home once again. You think the GTA delay is for the PC launch at the same time? No, I do not. And then Parasito is going to land it on 450 with his renewal, and then the Agent of Chaos is going to come in from Stone Spire himself. And Parasito says, re-up and Prime sub on Twitch. Well, thank you so much. I didn't see the Prime sub pop on Twitch. Did you do it? I saw that you followed me. I was actually curious to click on your name and see how long you'd been subbed and see your chat history. And a 5 bomb comes in from T-Man Grove. There it is. 151 on the day against Twitch. Unbelievable. There it is. Here's the chat history. 11 months of subscriptions. Thank you so much, Parasito. And over 1,000 messages in the chat log. JMay81. Yes, I've been back on Twitch for a couple of weeks now. Thank you. Thank you so much for being here, JMay81. If you guys are getting ads on Twitch, just subscribe. Use your Prime or pay for a sub, and you won't see those ads anymore. And spread the word. Tell everybody you know that Lono's back on Twitch. Expedition 33 is Game of the Year. Crimson Desert is Game of the Generation. Death Stranding 2, best game to play while on shrooms. Viper says, please touch on Lupo. We spoke about it for about 40 minutes. I don't know the exact timestamp. You can't really rewind on Twitch. The too long didn't read is I'm being gracious and extending a gracious posture to him. I hope he can reflect on what's going on inside that would cause him to do something like that, better himself, through therapy and through change. And hopefully I've continued to really hope that a lot of those guys can see they did me wrong, and then they could fix it, and they could, they can reach out if they need to. Yeah, you could totally do that, Paris. You could totally come up with something that would help me with that. So instead of having to manually type it in, I mean, I can make the little pop-outs happen with OBS. I can just push the button and it pops out and then slides back. So yeah, the segment from today where we talked about it, I'm comfortable if you've got questions, I'm comfortable answering your questions. I have continued to say that, like, my posture being back on Twitch is that I'm very grateful and thankful that Dan Clancy welcomed us back, that he looked into it, that he did that for me. But I'm not on this vengeance kick. I don't want to go after anybody. I don't hold hate in my heart for anybody that wronged me or that lied. I've continued to have, like, kind of an open arm policy on that. That, like, if people want to bury the hatchet, do the right thing, if they want to admit, I'm going to extend, grace and forgiveness, because I've experienced that in my own life. So the idea would be that the subs would automatically with the pop-ups. Oh yeah, we like our own. A lot of those alert sites are terrible. We tried using one and I hated it. Karma always swings back. Don't need to kick folks while they're down. I don't have any ill will. I don't wish any wrong on anybody. I hope they can all, flourish and prosper and support their families and live, fulfilling lives. I said this yesterday. I don't think there's even an inkling of professional damage or legal trouble if any of them were to come out and admit that, it was completely disproportionate, and a lot of them did not properly look into or vet anything. A lot of them, spread things that weren't true. Some of these people just flat out said things and made things up. I mean, I don't think there's any professional damage, harm, or legal repercussions to just admit that now, and I would not withhold, kindness from them. So I know that the likelihood of that happening is probably pretty small. I think people are pretty fearful. I think people are pretty, locked into a refusal to do that, but that's not going to change my posture and attitude about it. Wolf Saint says, that's what I get for trying to be a baller. I tried to do a 100 bomb and it triggered my fraud warning. You tried to do a 100 bomb on Twitch? And your bank was like, huh? No. Yeah. Your slide in blades with an added sub counter. Not something was. Oh, yeah. Cook it up. Cook it up, Parasito. We the People says, especially considering the actual amount of predators with assaults that actually happened, it hit me personally when they tried to scream assault when clearly it was nowhere near that. Yeah, I'm trying to keep the delicate balance of, like, not wanting to rehash it all, but also saying, like, I'm open to people. Still to this day, after all this time, I'm still open to people doing the right thing. So why don't you have the stream chat on the screen? Because I do not like that. I have never, ever been a fan of that. It's $600. Sorry, brother. It just hits me every time I think about it. I think it's completely fair to have that opinion, we the people, and to be angry about how a lot of those words were completely hijacked and weaponized. I think that's totally fair. Yeah. And I think that that's a form of accountability that should still happen. Everybody's a big fan of the word accountability. I think hijacking those words, misusing those words, mislabeling me, mislabeling my actions, misrepresenting me and my actions, I think there should be I do. I think there should be accountability for those things. But I'm not going to go out here and like wage a war and fight for it. I'm just going to say that I'm holding that line of truth, and you know. But I'm not going to hold my breath for anybody to do that. I want to give a shout out to Tainted Grail, Fall of Avalon. If you like Oblivion, you might like this when it comes out. Thank you for the $5 super chat. I think they reached out. I'm trying to see if I can't get access on PS5 because I wouldn't want to play it on my PC. Creature says, "You've seen what people in here say. You want that on the screen and in the VOD?" It's nice to see Twitch chat for those that are on YouTube and vice versa. I understand your desire or preference to have it. I'm not going to do it, though. Sorry. A friend of mine is in the Dune Awakening Alpha, and his gripe is too much PvP. Yeah, is PvP not optional? It would end up being not safe for work. Yeah, that's right. Taint is a terrible way to begin the name of your game, even if it finishes with ED. I never understood having it on screen anyways. It always moves too fast anyway. Stone Spark says, Tainted Grail is the game I've been beta testing off and on for the last 8 months. Had to sign an NDA not to talk about the specifics from what I saw. I'll tell you this, though. It has third person, and if you like Oblivion, you'll like this. Well, there you go. Fair enough. It just creates a disconnection to not understand what you're applying to. It shouldn't be that hard to understand. Like, you hear me read their comment in its entirety, and you can just say, oh, somebody just said that. Like, when I read what they say in Twitch, you don't even really have to go read what they said. You know that, like, I just read their comments. I mean, I don't know. I think I do a pretty good job of creating that level, even for people that like listen to the audio later. They have a really good idea on like the flow of the conversation and like what people were saying and the, you know, the debates and the back and forth. Hang on 1 second. Game looks awesome. Oh, the Tainted Grail game. Okay. Cool gameplay. My gameplay is fine. I listen to my car. It's perfectly fine. Do have a question here from Kino Man Sky. Do you think the $80 price tag will eventually decrease sales? Maybe not for Nintendo, but other AAA games. I think in general, price increases can have, you know, demand, you know, and a slowdown, but not in an immeasurable way. I don't think so. I think they'd have to get quite a bit higher for that to start to happen. I thought of using a tool set that would allow Lona to put a comment he's replying to on the screen, but that's a call for him to make. I mean, we've got the question command for that. I don't mind that, though, because not everybody is going to know that I'm going to, like, somebody could put a comment in chat that I think is, man, that's really good. You really said that succinctly, like I say that sometimes, and to be able to, like, hit a button. I think, you know, as long as I can, like, press a button or, you know, make it, it's got to be... Yeah, I think the difficulty would be making it streamlined and easy to use. I'm not an expert, but that feels like that wouldn't be that simple. Lono's good about reading the chat out loud. He doesn't have to say, this guy on Twitch says. Sometimes I do that. What about TTS? No, text-to-speech. I hate that. Like, have a general and pretty strong disdain for that. Yeah. I do not like that. No. Holy Grail is still set to release on May 23rd. Yeah, everybody's doing that meme now. It's a nightmare waiting to happen. Yeah, it sounds bad. It doesn't sound good. I'm sure over the years there'll be better and better versions that come out with better voices and stuff. But I would say right now the version sounds terrible, and it's too easy for somebody to put something that's just like profanity littered, or like they'll slip a slur in there. It's already disruptive on the gameplay streams that run it, let alone a discussion-based show. Yeah, that would be. And then you got to think about like the audio version of my show later. Some poor soul listening on Spotify is like, what the frick is going on? Do you think that the GTA 6 release date will be on time for 2026? Like, you're like, oh gosh, what's happening? Let me clear the question queue because we do have some from yesterday. There we go. Text-to-speech when Mr. Oxmall would have a heyday. He would. He would. Yeah, dude. They aren't that bad anymore. Yeah. We can't do text-to-speech until it's in Hilly's voice or Creatures. I'd be okay with that. Basically, Tainted Grail for May, Stellar Blade for PC June, Wuchang in July, Death Stranding 2 is also July, but not my cup of tea. We eating good. We got Doom and Blades of Fire this month. Everybody's memeing on the GTA 6 delay. Domino's retweeted him and said, call us if you need help delivering. That's good. That's good. Yeah. I like what Wendy's did to, corporate Twitter accounts. Like the corporate Twitter accounts that end up having some fun and getting their shots in. I like it. I do. Elden Ring Night Rain. Oh, is that a new trailer for Elden Ring Night Rain? I saw that on my homepage on YouTube. Yeah. Would have thought that Guinness Book of World Records would have done a bit more research. The record for longest dev game is Beyond Good and Evil 2, 16 years, 4 months, and 14 days. They said that the longest development period for a video game is 14 years and 43 days, officially announced on 28th of April 1997 by developer 3D Realms. FPS Duke Nukem Forever was finally released on June 10th, 2011. And Tom Hendy's like, It's Beyond Good and Evil. Yo, RP Gaming, thank you for the 100 bits. And Nova highlights his message. The Elden Ring trailer doesn't show much that's new, mostly stuff that we figured out in the beta. Oh, okay. You can't count Beyond Good and Evil. It hasn't released. They're saying, but the development period. Dr. Disrespect is opening his gameplay with chess. Ah. What's the delay on GTA? Oh, so the GTA 6 delay is May 26 of 2026. Yeah, that's what it got delayed to. I got it wrong. I got this one 100% wrong. I really did. I really truly thought that the confidence from Strauss Zelnick, you know, the way he expressed to the shareholders, he was confident in, you know, the fall. Yeah. I thought we were getting it. I did. Thought we were getting it. Thought it was going to show up on time. Mind's Eye June 10th. Dude, I don't know. Again, I'm just going to continue to say I'm just going to continue to say that the gameplay footage of Mind's Eye, I'm not convinced we've seen authentic gameplay just yet. So what is Mind's Eye? It's there isn't it some people that worked on GTA and they're making it's like some kind of a open world shooter kind of a game? What exactly do they call it? Something about it just looks off. That's what I'm saying. Mind's Eye game. A narrative-driven single-player action-adventure game. Pre-order now. Yeah, it's got like a very GTA influence to it. What looks off? Here, I'll show you. It reminds me, not to the extreme degree, but it reminds me of the day before. Doesn't look real to me. Okay. So this is their gameplay trailer, right? This is their gameplay trailer. The car looks disconnected from the ground on that turn. The explosions don't look like they're there. His shooting and like the bullet trails and stuff. This doesn't look real. This looks like fake simulated gameplay. This reminds me of the day before at so many levels. There's just so much about it that seems so not genuine. Those explosions don't even look like they're actually there. It looks like they've been kind of placed there and rendered after the fact. And all the shots are very quick, right? They just go from one shot to the next, from one shot to the next. I don't know. None of that screams genuine, authentic gameplay to me. It just screams fake. It's hilariously fake. Right, Wheezy? Like, Wheezy, you and I are usually like lock in step on this and we agree with each other like we were with the day before. And I'm like, that does not look at all like we're seeing real gameplay. I know what those asset packs are. It does. It looks like asset dump. It looks like pre-rendered or post-rendered or something. The car's like not on the ground. It's like floating as it drifts. I don't know. And they're like, yeah, we're on pace for June. I'm like, oh, you're coming out in a month? Yeah, sure. Okay. We'll see. We'll see. Okay. Like, that's all they've shown. That's all they've shown. That game's coming out in a month. All right. Doesn't pass a smell test, boys. Ain't no mother effing way. Yeah, we've been... A lot of us have been doing this a really long time, not just me. I mean, yeah, I've been doing this for 10 years professionally, but like you guys have been doing it, your whole life as a gamer, and it's like, no. I ain't ever seen gameplay look that sus, and then like, oh, it's coming in a month? Oh, okay. That game was Mind's Eye. It is called Mind's Eye. Weezy says, ain't no GD way. Aaron Wright with 29 months and a member plus. What up, Reforge? Excited to check out Arc Raiders tonight. I am going to be playing with Hilly this afternoon, so thank you so much. Moving the goal a little bit. We're going to be hanging out with Madam tonight if you guys can hit the goal. I think you guys have pretty much got it now. 43 is lightweight work for the YouTube boys. The footage screams placeholder assets in game that got replaced in post with an FX package. Just going in as a duo? I think so. I mean, we're not trying to take it that serious. We're just trying to kind of goof. We're just trying to kind of go in and goof, you know? They're looking at it with their third eye if they think the game's ready next month. Stop it. Chat GPT, the game. Guys, we need 20 more likes on YouTube. Take a quick second to make sure you've done the thumbs up thing. Make sure you all do that as your little ritual when you come in. What's Chris String saying? Jor Raptor's replying to it. Wait, where'd the reply go? Been really enjoying the coverage. Dring said, I put out a lot of newsletters this week. I wouldn't normally do that, trying to stick to 2 or 3, but it was quite a few days of major industry stories. It's the biggest week we've had since we launched. Well, I wish Chris String all the best. I hope it helps him. And a 5 bomb of members comes in from Darren. And he says, that is lightweight work. Let's start working on it. 462. You guys are just unbelievable, man. All the years we've been doing this, all the support. It really does truly mean a lot. How is Arc Raiders compared to Marathon? Well, from everything I've watched and read, and I even played a little bit of Arc Raiders myself, I feel like Arc Raiders is a far more complete package. It feels like a game headed towards being more robust and thoughtful. I think Arc Raiders is getting a much stronger response, and there's a reason for that. Oh, I forgot Future Game Show was doing a show today. Sorry. We're not covering that. And a $10 super chat from Purple. Always good to see you, Purple. We blame you for the GTA 6 delay. Don't you dare. Don't you dare, Purple. Wilbur with 5 gifted members. Thank you so much. Yeah, you guys have to make sure and say that we're back on Twitch now. We can't say that we're back on Purple. That's not allowed. That's against the contract. So it would be very confusing, and then she would come in here and be like, what the F is happening? So we're back on Twitch. No more calling it the Purple platform, okay, boys? And a 10 bomb from Purple. She adds to the total and says, come on. Let's get this goal. Let's get this goal, suckers. I better not catch any of you on Purple. Yes. Well, you could go on her show. That would be fine. Nova gifts a subscription over here on Twitch. Hang on. I got to add 20 to the little contest here. Dear Lord, 177. It's just a bloodbath out here. Now it's 179. We got 2 singles coming in from Cisco and Raphael. We got to add to Twitch. Thank you so much, Nova, for gifting a sub to J-Stock. J-Stock. Twitch, I gift 5 every 25. I give 5 every 25. You guys aren't even doing that. Come on now. Show a little effort, Twitch. Fozzie says, I'm sure you already mentioned it, but stopping by to say that the news of a certain large streamer cheating in an online tourney sure is an interesting development considering the grandstanding they did. I've just continued to extend, a very gracious posture to him. I am not at all using this as an opportunity to be vindictive or mean or unkind. I hope he learns from it and improves himself, and I don't know if he'll ever pay me any attention or any mind, but he could certainly start with owning his part in some stuff that happened with me, but that may never happen. And thank you, Wired Rope gifts 1 to Cadbury. Thank you so much. I have had to do a lot of real deep work and heart work and soul work this year. With what happened with Barrett, what's happening with Marathon, what's happened with other people, and now this. It's like I'm just doing my absolute best to not fall into what I would see as wrong response and gloating and being nasty. I just don't think that that's helpful. So, Wired Rope gifts another one to J May and gets us to 23 over here on Twitch. YouTube made it real interesting. They're baiting that 20 bomb if somebody's going to take the glory all the way to 500. And I don't have really any way of contacting him. I don't really have any way of contacting him. I don't know if anybody here does, if they want to extend that to him. I don't think, I'm not going to reach out or anything. Targeted gifting is so nice. It is nice. He didn't drop a checkmate joke. Lono is kinder than me. It's tougher to gift on Twitch. The prices are double. Huh? What do you mean? I can gift right now. I can gift a single member for $6. It's $1 more. What do you mean? It's not double. I just saw a few outlets report that Half-Life 3 is being playtested. That's actually not new news. $7.99 is the cheapest gift I could see. Oh, you might be on an Apple device. You're paying $6 plus the Apple tax, maybe? Yeah, that's probably why. Yeah, that's been known for a while. Half-Life 3 got to internal playtesting. Family and friends were playing it. Yeah. Was Lupo a big D2 streamer? Yeah. Yep. There's a chess puzzle going on right now in Destiny 2. Oh, really? How serendipitous. And a single gifted comes in from Whiskey Neat. Whiskey, I swear. What are you playing at? 481. Are you making the 20 bomb and Agents of Chaos? You guys are always angling over here. I'll match that 5. He says, Whiskey says, love the big boys, but our single gifteds are strong together. Match it, chat. Oh, he's calling on you to match it. Whiskey does a single. Angry Pete does a single. Gets us to 482. He's not wrong. He's not wrong. My Discord exploded the other night when the puzzle started. Not a lot of original Corridors crew still around these days. It's unfortunate. And a single comes in from JC. I always want to say, JC, are you with me? I don't know why, but I do. And that's going to be 83. And Cisco is going to do one. And Zubair is going to do one. I love it. The single trains. I forget what the record is. And a 5-bomb comes in from Purple. She sets it up nicely. It's now 10 away. There it is. There it is. You guys did it. I was going to let Twitch help. And you guys are like, we don't need their help. And a single comes in from Jaddix. The Corridors crew was such a great time. It really was, dude. It really, really, truly was. Twitch? What's a Twitch? I'm streaming on Twitch right now. YouTube popping off today. Rachel, I'm here to tell you, man, they don't hold back. I really think they take it personal when Twitch is even close. Like they take it personal. The latest puzzle was nowhere near the scale of Corridors. Same general idea, just the chess instead of hexagons. Got it. JC, Are You With Me is from a song. Yeah. I just, every time I say his name, that's what I hear myself almost saying. There's too many attorneys on YouTube. We'll never keep up. You've got attorneys, and then when MASH shows up, he's in like pharmaceuticals, so you're cooked if MASH shows up. You're absolutely cooked. MASH hasn't even been here this week. I think, no. He was here one day. He dropped some bombs. Maybe two. But a lot of the week, he hasn't even been here. Which needs its own thing. I'm just a crappy therapist. It's okay. I've told you before to do OnlyFans and just take pictures of yourself cosplaying as Kratos. I mean, you had a $1 million idea. Chris says, get cooked! And he drops a 10 bomb for YouTube, and then Air Drymore is going to drop another one. And that takes us to 502. Stretch would be that we make Madam play a whole castle in Assassin's Creed tonight. I'm going to play Shadows tonight with her. Stretch goal, we make her play a whole castle by herself as Nawe. Mash is the real Heisenberg. You can't tell me otherwise. It is. You've unlocked Friday night. Friday night's happening. We're going to play. We are going to play. This is going to be 202 now for YouTube. Dang the YouTube lawyers. That's right. Air Drymore says, with 32 months of Member Plus, hang on. He says, I don't usually speculate, but I wonder if Take-Two is giving GTA what sounds like a needed delay so Borderlands 4 has the holidays. No, they wouldn't shift a game of that size and potential revenue for their shareholders after assuring their shareholders it was showing up this fiscal year. They would not make that level of a tectonic shift for Borderlands. Yeah, no. I appreciate your speculation, and I'm sorry to destroy it and shatter it into a million pieces, but no. They would not do that. Not for Borderlands. Borderlands is not a big enough IP. And Borderlands sales would largely be unaffected. I mean, that all of September, all of October, the rumor was GTA 6 in like mid-November. That's plenty of time for Borderlands 4 to get the bulk of its sales, you know? I do think this proves that Borderlands didn't move because of GTA 6. They didn't know the GTA 6 release date. Borderlands moved because of Marathon and Bungie. When I think of iconic Destiny community times, I think of the time that everyone was hanging out playing soccer. Oh, and the time you almost died from the 24-hour stream. Oh, yeah, that was something. Yeah, the soccer stream was the day we broke every record on my channel. And I made the fatal mistake of tweeting about it. I'll be good. I promise. I've been so good today, and I was so good yesterday. I'm behaving. I'm going to behave. What's your take on the front page relevance of extraction shooters? Is it the inevitable death of Tarkov or just people trying to break into the space? Preacher says, had that been a short instead of a tweet, 2020 never happens. He made the mistake of getting verified on Twitter, signing a sponsorship, and getting 6,000 subs. The gall of this man. The gall of this man to be successful. Yeah, so Paris, I believe that the current surge in extraction shooters is it's tactical. People looked at the landscape and said, that's a vacant space. We could grow in that space. We're never going to crack BR. Arena shooters are pretty much washed. Let's go for extraction. My take has been consistently, you are not going to get enough mainstream or broad appeal to really have success that you need for a live service game to get off the ground. I will stand on this and probably have a video Monday about this. I think Arc Raiders could be the big dog or one of the big dogs. It could take a very strong position in the market if they added a PvE only option. I think they would immediately pull people in that are just going to nope. They're going to nope out. But you tell them, I mean, I saw footage today that reminded me of Helldivers 2, that robot jumping up on that building. I'm like, I don't know, man. They got something. And there's a whole lot of PvE mechanics in the game. Last night, I had a perfectly fine time. I didn't engage with a single player. It was all PvE. It was all against drones. Running from drones, shooting drones, fighting drones, looting drones. I don't know, man. I don't know. I think they could add that, and it would be a big and good decision. I think the sound and the level design in Arc is going to shove Marathon out and take away from Tarkov. I think Marathon right now, the highest probability, this is deep in my gut. I get gut feelings all the time, like when I said that Fable was going to get delayed. I don't know. I've developed this, I can like feel it in the air. I was like, Fable's getting delayed. I can just feel it. It's like static electricity in the air. It's like Marathon's getting delayed. I'm sorry. I feel it so deep. It's like I feel it in my bone marrow that game is getting delayed. Now, my secondary prediction is it gets indefinitely shelved. I don't think it has a shot. I think it's cooked. But that's I don't feel that as strongly as the delay feeling. And I think Arc Raiders is going to play a role in the decision. It's just getting so much more momentum, such better response. It's far more robust. There's only so many players. There's only so many hours in a day. You just aren't going to get people in the Marathon funnel for it to be successful. Is today a really good day to tell us how good you are predicting game delays? Hey. I got GTA 6 wrong. I will own that. That was more logical than gut. That was all logic. I looked at Strauss Zelnick's comments. I looked at his answers. I looked at what they were doing, and I thought, they're not delaying GTA 6. I will own that I got that one wrong. That was not gut feeling. That was analysis of CEO statements. It's a little different. I think my gut has a better track record than my logic. I mean it. If I start to just get that weird sixth sense, that gnawing sense that something's going to happen, it almost always does. But when I do like the logical breakdown prediction thing, that's less accurate. It is. It's less accurate. I've tried to do that with PlayStation marketing. I try to like logically deduce what they might do, and I miss like every time. And like every time I try to predict what PlayStation's going to do, I'm like, well, this time of the day, and then they come out and do a state of play, and they're like, we're not doing any of that. Are you sorry you don't just have IBS? I could have IBS, and it acts up when I have a good inclination, like when someone's knee hurts and it's going to rain. I'm like, oh, gosh. Oh, something's getting delayed. Oh. Oh, that's stupid. That is so dumb. It's just gas. Yeah, your gut's in tune with video game production timelines. That's right. That's just genetics. That's it. That's it. It's a fantastic superpower. It really is. It really is. I would have wished for a better superpower, you know. Incredible human strength, flight, invisibility, you know. If Marathon releases in GTA got delayed, you have officially lost your Lo Nostradamus title. No, don't take that away from me. Tara says, my thing is with Arc Raiders came out of basically nowhere with the polished and highly functional base game, whereas Marathon has been trickle-fed hype for a year and half for half-baked slice. Oh, for a year and a half for half-baked slice. Be fair, Arc Raiders, this is their second tech test. The first tech test didn't go very well. We gotta be a little bit fair there. Gotta be a little fair. I think your assessment is accurate with a little bit of a little disclaimer that Arc Raiders isn't just like come out of nowhere. Like they announced their game, it was going to be like free to play looter, and then they switched to extraction, and their first tech test did not go over very well. You know, Marathon had 6 years. I mean, according to Lupo, he was at Bungie in 2018 playing some version of this dadgum thing, you know. So, you know, it's been, at some level, they've been tinkering, you know. They've been tinkering with this thing for a while. I think what Lupo played in 2018 was what Anon the 9 leaked. Anon the 9 leaked that Destiny 3 was going to have like open public space PvPvE areas. I think that eventually became Marathon. That's why it feels soulless and uninspired. It didn't grow out of a desire to go back to Marathon. It was something they were working on for Destiny. Destiny 3 gets canned as an idea, and they rip this out and say, well, we could use it. We could do this as a mode. Similarly to, I believe, what Naughty Dog did. Naughty Dog was like, well, factions, you know, had reasonable support, so let's, you know, let's slice it out and have it be its own thing. I think Barrett stole the OG build and he threw this together, and that's why Sony is suing. You're being sarcastic. I was like, oh my gosh, that's not happening. Ooh, Hilly, when are you, Hilly, are you here? And if so, when are you ready? Because I'm on a schedule, and I'm going to schedule the stream in accordance to when you're ready. I wonder, do you think Mafia the Old Country game will get a delay too? It's hard to predict Mafia the Old Country because didn't they just come out and say again in a trailer that they're slated for summer? It'd be really weird for them to do that and then delay. Like they just did something, didn't they? Aren't they doing a showcase on May the 8th or something? I really like that Marathon seemed relaxing to watch, which was probably a problem for the genre. I would say that's a bit of an indictment. It's really relaxing to watch this extraction shooter. It's like the Bob Ross of extraction shooters. It's great. People are like, that is not what we want to hear. They have like their clipboard and they're like, so, what do you guys think of Marathon? It's really relaxing to watch, you know? Yeah, I got an amazing cat nap. It is awesome. You're like, oh gosh. Call the president. We're in trouble. We're in trouble, boys. It's just a happy little extraction game. You know? Oh. Isn't Bob Ross dead? We're talking about Expedition 33 again, I hear. I see. Listen, creature. You better watch. You watch your mouth. You start talking about Expedition 33, chat's going to turn on you. And I'm not going to, I will not stand next to you. I will not. I will abandon you, sir. You want to start slandering Expedition 33. That's your own funeral. Effing nap of a game. It's just the opening cutscenes are very, relaxing, and they have a lot of, they have a lot of good music. I'm going to DM Mr. Hilly. Fate used to be believable. I'm with Creature. Okay, it's definitely not a game to watch. It's a game to play. Like, I would say that the streamable nature of a game with a very relaxing soundtrack and, a lot of walking around and talking and exploring. And then when you fight, the turn-based is action-based with a lot going on. But I would say, yes, it's probably not the most streamable game. Jeff Keighley realizing he might have to give Game of the Year award to an Xbox Game Pass game, says Jen. Yes, it's multi-platform. It's a joke. It's not that deep, guys. Stop fighting me. You asked for this, Jen. I like Jen from Windows Central. I think she's funny. You asked for it. Well, I found my old mugshot with my dreads. I'm playing 55. Okay, perfect. Okay. Let's get that scheduled. Open. It's a good thumbnail too. It's a good thumbnail. This should play well for us. Gameplay's done very well for us on YouTube. And we appreciate you guys that tune in. I hope you guys like it. I'm going to do my absolute best to not get salty. I'm going to do my absolute best to not get salty when I play with Hilly. It's going to be a bit of a challenge. We're also going to have to be... I don't exactly know how... You got to be careful for stream snipers too, because there are going to be people that 100% are going to want to get in when we match and try to find us. So it's not the biggest game right now, so it wouldn't be too hard. It's not going to be too hard to try to get in our game. So we'll have to try to minimize the ability for people to do that. Schedule this for 2 today. Playing with Hilly. Friendly fire incoming. Wait, can you shoot each other in this? Is that possible? Because then we're in big trouble if you can shoot each other. Just let me into the lobby to counter snipe people on Overwatch. That's right. You can revive down teammates. We'll see how that goes. I need a quick break, though. I'm going to hit ads on both platforms. I know you guys. What is this? Delay insert ads. I have a new button I can push on YouTube. I can say delay ads. I wonder if I can do that and have it be very, very infrequent for you guys, and we would still get better treatment. Like, we got better treatment today on YouTube, I can tell. It obviously helps with the GTA topic, but still, the viewership held a little bit better. So I'm going to hit ads on both platforms, though. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Okay. Not trying to take you back to another time, but it must be really nice for you to see people who went after you years ago show their true selves recently. Yeah, I think that my stance was always that, you know, time and truth are undefeated, and I'm less concerned about what other people are, you know, doing, and more concerned with, like, it'd be great for people to see me accurately. Yeah. I've tried to be about as gracious as I can be in light of everything, and it takes great effort. I don't think it doesn't come from me. But yeah. Oh yeah. Let me remind you guys about Town Hall. If you're a subscriber to my Twitch channel, if you are a member to the YouTube channel, you get access to our Discord. And every Friday at 6 p.m. Eastern, there is something called Town Hall. You get to contribute to the conversation about this community and what we do. And it takes place in the Discord. So make sure you're in the Discord and have it linked to your Twitch or your YouTube. F them, let them rot. They're also miserable. They don't have to be, though. I don't know. I don't want people to be miserable. You know? Popping in to just say chickens came home to roost. If you know, you know. What's good, RT Mayday? You know, at a level, you know, there's a level here where I like appreciate where y'all are coming from. It's been a really, really long time, you know, and it is a lot of things have happened this year. Thank you, Denumuent. I'm not sure how to say that, for using your Prime over here on Twitch. You know, getting my Twitch channel back and also seeing some of these things transpire. There's obviously, you know, some element of correction that seems to be happening. But again, I think I'm more concerned with healing. So I think healing comes when people admit wrongs and have reconciliation and forgiveness and grace for each other. I think that's where healing comes from. And I don't think, like, yeah, there's obviously like a level of vindication for sure, which I like for a variety of reasons, you know, to argue and to scream for years that, you know, you're not this monster, and for people to maybe start seeing that, you know, for people to start maybe seeing that is, I like that, but that's not necessarily, you know, an achievable goal. A lot of people are just going to continue to think, you know, that I'm some sort of villain or something. So, yeah. You're a better man than me, respect. I mean, I just isn't, I wouldn't be living in accordance to my own faith and my own journey and my own life if I was just like, you know, wanting to write people off, destroy them, hurt them, or not see them, I don't know, not see them have opportunities to improve. Yeah. We'll be jumping in with Hilly in about 45 minutes. Even if there's healing, it's just cathartic. Hopefully he can learn from this, pick up the pieces. Yeah, that's what I would hope for him and for I'm not really concerned about, like, you know, people like outside of it. It's more like him and his family, you know. I know what it is for a family to walk through something that's pretty not great like that, and, you know, and you don't want, you know, his wife or his kiddo to even, you know, feel the sting of it, because it can be very destabilizing. It can be very traumatic. I always say I respect the hell out of you, says Wheezy. I'm just a petty mother effer. I try to be better, but I'm still petty. I get it. You know you're you know yourself, Wheeze. You know yourself, and that's good. Know thyself. No. I mean, I was definitely a little petty when the stuff with Barrett happened, you know. I did the Drake meme. But I think that was maybe a little bit more deserving of it. Him using mental health and therapy as an excuse. Yeah, somebody said that earlier. I don't agree with that take. I see it very differently. I see it as, I respect a man who does something that's not in line with his morals and his standards, right? And saying, I want to figure this out and fix myself. Like, what's going on in here that caused him to do that, right? That doesn't excuse it. It's like, instead, because again, my take on it is that he could have just been like, sorry guys, my bad, I'll try to be better. But instead it's like, no, what he did was like very, very, hypocritical. So it's like trying to understand why he would do something that goes completely against, his own standards. It's like, I'm going to get help and figure out what's going on in here that would allow me to do that. I think that's the right thing to do. I said it yesterday. This industry will turn you into a monster if you let it. And I would not want a man who has a kid and a wife to not be caring for himself. That's a dangerous thing to do. So what I'm saying is when you did the same thing, it wasn't considered enough. I mean, my timeline was a real unfortunate thing. I had been in therapy for 2 years and had completely changed, and nobody cared. It wasn't like, oh, sorry, I'll get therapy now. It's like, no, I had been in therapy for 2 years and was largely a very different person, and nobody freaking cared. It was just like, no, stuff from 2, 3, and 4 years ago was drug out like it was some sort of, documentary of a monster. Oh yeah, that was unfortunate. It was like, what the heck? Like, I did the thing you're supposed to do. Like, I got help. I've changed. Like, what? Yo, it's good, Kingslayer. Backlog update started Treepang 2. Very Fear 2 type of FPS. I don't think I've ever heard of that one. It sounds familiar, but I don't think I've seen it or done much with it. Let's see. No. Trending now. The Midnight Walk. I guess I could request a code for that one. That one looked kind of cool. Honestly, it did. Sweet. Sweet. Somebody called me from AT&T and DirecTV. No. You gonna try out Kyborg? No, the scores are pretty bad. I don't have time for bad games. And Fozzie, I think one of the reasons, like, I'm affording the grace and the opportunity, toward Lupo in the situation, like, I don't have some inflated sense of hubris like he answers to me or something. I'm trying to model something that I hope other people start to model. It's like, y'all didn't even give me any opportunity to do the right thing, to improve myself. You just created this fake image of me and pushed out a bunch of falsehood. I'm affording him an opportunity that wasn't afforded to me, So. A bad games member goal when? I don't mind doing a bad game member goal. We're trying to make Friday nights more lighthearted and fun. We don't want it to be like a game that I'm going to get salty and irritated at. But like a bad game can be funny. Like when we played Gollum, it was pretty funny. There's something he said about a man who offers grace to others where he wasn't afforded the same. Well, I don't get anything out of this. I mean, for all intents and purposes, he'll probably never know that I've said any of these things. You know, he'll just continue to keep me blocked and to just not ever acknowledge it. Like, I don't get anything out of this. It's just, but I'm just being consistent with what I believe. Yeah, I'm back on Twitch. What's good? How are you? Did anyone from the D2 community ever try to apologize? Somebody called me on the phone once and was very kind. I would never want to, like, publicly call that out because I don't think that's fair. Like, if they want to publicly say something, they can publicly say something. But, yeah, no. One person. One. I've literally stumbled into Twitch chats of people from that community, and I'm, like, banned on their Twitch chats. I can't even talk. I'm like... Now that could just be from back then, and they don't even realize that I'm still banned. But it's just like, I'm not going to go on some tour of like trying to get people to talk to me or welcome me back. Like, I don't know any of them. I don't really care to. Like, to me, they're just strangers now. At the time, most of them kind of were strangers anyway. So it's like, I don't have like this angst to like, reconcile with people. I would like it. I'm open to it, but I'm not like pining for it. I've a very, at this point, stable and growing business. We've got a great community here. I've got a wonderful family and community with my church. Like I've got a very fulfilling, really, really fulfilling group of awesome, strong friendships of people that I've known for like 10 or 13 years. And they walked with my family through some of the hardest stuff. So it's like, I'm not out here like pining for acceptance and friendship with these people. I just think it's healthy, and it would bring healing not just to me but others and the public. I think it would be good. I think it would benefit a lot of people to model that and to put that on display instead of just clinging to some illusion or some lie that I'm some manipulator or abuser or something, or whatever I was called recently. It's like, these things are just not true. There's no reason to perpetuate this. It just doesn't. There's no reason for that. It's so unproductive. It's so unkind and hateful. There's no reason for it. I appreciate that, Carlisle. Thank you. I think that's the problem these days, is that people lack fulfillment from an actual tangible community, so they try to fill that void. Yeah, I don't know what I would have done the last couple of years, especially without like a really, really solid group of people that I see all the time, that I laugh with, that I cry with, that I eat, break bread with, that I pray with. Like, I don't know what I would do without that. Like, what that does for my mind and my soul. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know how y'all that aren't in something like that, I don't know how you do it. I'm too weak. I'm too weak. I wouldn't be able to do it. It would be very, very, I wouldn't have made it through the trials of the last 5 years. I wouldn't have made it. I don't think I would have, If anybody has the right to be angry and throw it back, it's you. But you continue to take the high road. Mad respect. I couldn't do it. Well, I appreciate that. I'm just glad you're back, man. I was always a fan of your format. I've been lurking since your return, and it helps my mornings. Well, thank you, Jep. I really appreciate that. Seriously. It's been very heartwarming and encouraging. This sounds really sappy and like Hallmark card, but it has. It's been very heartwarming and encouraging to have people come in with like really long-standing sub badges that are like, man, I'm so glad to have my show back. Like, I'm not talking Destiny, and y'all are still vibing with what I do. That is, yeah, it's an encouraging thing. So, yo, BTX Gaming using your Prime sub on me. Thank you for that support. I appreciate that so much. You guys are actually still, well, no, it's, oh no, wait, that's 25. I actually owe you guys some subs over here now. You just hit 25 on the day for Twitch. Let me do it. Let me do the 5 bomb. Every 25 I give 5. You guys get a little member train going. Make me start to spend. Oh, and you get a discount when you do 5. It's not 6 per when I do 5. It's $25. It's 5 per. When you give 5, it's cheaper than doing one at a time. That's my sappy sentiment for the day. Let's play some games. Candidly, with the direction that Destiny has gone, it's probably for the best that you're not over there anymore. Oh, I mean, they did me a favor. That probably doesn't sit too well with the people that were happy to see me banned or that banned me from Destiny. They did me a dadgum favor. We had to spend the last, 4 years, because it happened early 2021. We've had to spend the last 4 years building a variety show, and that I wouldn't have done that if I was riding Destiny, Hilly says, everybody's human and everyone makes mistakes and falls very short of their own standards, let alone the projected standards of the internet in a content creation environment. The one thing I know from supporting Lono when this type of thing happens is not weigh in. The circumstances range from complete nonsense to everything said is true, but ultimately the thing I know is that there is a person, family, business behind these things, and for that reason I pause. A very common phrase in the UK is forgive and forget. I forgive people now, but I don't forget. I forgive for myself, not for them. I move on and support genuine people. I will cheer for people who wander off the path and find a way no matter the situation, but will still use my own preferences and taste to support people that turn a corner. I hate toxic positivity, but I equally reject dog piles and hate from armchair miles away. Yeah, I think that's well stated. Sadly, I could only afford 2. I wish I could have done a 5. Oh, yeah, I'm just saying, if you're going to gift subs on Twitch, it's cheaper to do 5 at a time than 1 at a time. Like, if you're going to do, like, a bunch of singles on Twitch, you're better off just doing the 5. It's cheaper that way. Well said. Yeah, that's well said by Hilly. It is. I just, yeah. I knew it was probably going to come up and people were going to want to know what I thought, and so I'm totally comfortable talking about it. I'm comfortable answering your questions. So, might I add the rebrand is dope. Well, the rebrand was very meaningful for me. It was, I know people think that I like ran and hid. I didn't run and hide. I was always open with who I was and where I had come from. But, a man can be reforged into something else, and, spiritually, psychologically, and even professionally, that's what I've experienced. And it's not by my own power or strength. So that's why I'm not going to be withholding to people who attempts to do the right thing, or attempts to right wrongs. It's in their power to do it. I can't do it, It's not forgiveness you can't forget, unless I heard that. I think he was saying, like, he forgives for himself, but he's not going to act like it didn't happen. People are buying on the dip. Yeah, it looks like people are buying on the dip. What's good, Pork Pie? I've been supporting you through it all since Quarters of Time Puzzle because of your faith and your stance. I've been over on YouTube as Kenneth. Oh, yeah. And I had to change my profile on Twitch. So even though I look new here, I've been with you through it all. I know your name, though. I know your name. I remember your name. The dip. Yeah, the Take-Two, because of the delay of GTA 6, the Take-Two stock plummeted, and now people are buying on the dip. Yo, V-Game Veteran with the gifted sub over here on YouTube. A gifted member. Thank you so much. Yeah. Yeah, it'll probably climb back again as well. They got their earnings call in a couple weeks, so they'll do projections and talk about the GTA 6 thing. And You still do those fun Q&As where people submit questions? Q&A is now sort of an ongoing thing. So, like, here's something that somebody submitted. You can use the question command, and I can have it pop up like this. Wired Rope says, how hype will the next waiting room trailer room be? Yeah. So, yeah, you can use that. You have to be a subscriber on Twitch or a member on YouTube. I'm on mobile at work today, so I'm not going to gift, but I'll be seeing you tonight with Madam for fun. Well, I appreciate everybody that tunes in for Madam. You guys watching on Twitch, there's a bunch of segments that you can only see if you're a subscriber eventually. Not right now, but eventually. So, Morning Coffee, The Green Room, Fridays with Hilly, and Friday Nights with Madam. That will eventually be sub-only. After I've been on the platform for 1 month, I'm going to apply for partnership, and once we're a partner, we can do that. I would say, for now, you don't have to do that. You're getting that content for free on Twitch. And Hilly and I's Arc Raiders stream is going to be public because we want that video to have some potential to pull over the weekend. Thank you again. Huge shout out for everybody hitting the goal, says Goddess Omega. Y'all are the MVPs. You make this community the best place to be. Much love and respect. Thank you, Goddess. Have you seen the clip of Dr. Disrespect's first game today? I heard he booted up and played chess. I mean, it's not surprising he's gonna, he's gonna get his hits in. Like, I wouldn't even describe what I'm doing as pulling punches. I feel like I'm doing more of an olive branch extension and like an outstretched hand. But I didn't expect anything less from the doc. Huge dip. You could still catch it on the back on the way up. Oh no, it's already back above. Oh no, it's not. Yeah, it's not back to where it once was yet. You could still, I mean, it's still gonna, I'm not giving advice. I'm just saying that the possibility is still there. There's only like a 2% change. Yeah, I mean, because it dropped from 234 all the way to 215. Currently, it's only at 222. It's still $12 below where it was, so. After 33, I started Oblivion. I know I'm going to sink 200 hours into it. 33 is 30 hours, so I can beat that and then jump into Oblivion. I'm not following. Yeah, I don't understand Cisco's comment to you either. I'm not sure what he's saying. Camille submits a question and says, we've done community game nights in the past with competitive games. Have we looked at doing something goofy chill games too? Like, got a few coming out soon that should be fun. We've actually done this. We've done this with Jackbox. We've done this with Fall Guys. And it's been very, very fun. Yeah. It's been very, very fun. We don't do it all that often anymore just because it usually ends up being about the same 15 to 20 people jumping in every time, which is fine. Yeah, we've done it with Helldivers. Generally, Friday nights have turned into hang out with Madam. You guys get to kind of talk with her, ask her questions. She gets to, to make fun of me and get her jabs in. And then we'll play like a game. So we're going to start trying to use Fridays with Hilly as an opportunity for me to work through the backlog, as well as Friday nights with Madam. We think that would be funny, but we also think that that's an opportunity for me to like actually have it be somewhat productive, because we are trying to get to the point where I can be like in a relevant game. If during the week we have like an open slot where like I don't have to record a video or something, it would have been great the last couple of weeks to be able to jump in and just play some Expedition 33 with you guys. That's an opportunity to grow on Twitch. Like, and we would just stay in Green Room. Like, we would just keep hanging out with the members on a day like that. But I would just boot up a game and play it, switch directories on Twitch, and potentially meet some new people. So, Sledding Game is one that I've been following. It's one of those hangout games that I think would be funny watching. It's called Sledding Game. I'm assuming it's like on Steam. Wait, that one's not out yet. Or are you just keeping an eye on it? It's a cozy online multiplayer game about sledding. Like, what do you do in this? Do you literally just sled down a hill as a frog or a penguin on like a little thing? Oh, it's currently in dev. You're keeping an eye on it. Okay. Hilly says Expedition 33 is going to win. Night Rain's in second. Death Stranding's in third. Split Fiction's in fourth. That's not bad. That's not a bad prediction. That's not a bad prediction at all. Yeah. Hey everyone, I drive trucks all day, so I just chill and listen to the stream, but GTA, no! Yeah, man, sorry. It wasn't great news today. The theme of the gaming news today was that it was disappointing. We did not win. We did not win. We hit the weekly goal. We did. Good to see you, man. What's good to crazy old guy? Been a while. Diehard fan from the Destiny days. Happy to see you here, brother. Blessings to you. Well, thank you. We actually got the channel back recently. Like 3 weeks ago. So it was like 4 years and 9 months, and we got it back. So appreciate you. Appreciate you very, very much. All right, I'm just doing a little quick test here to see if I can't fix this stupid plugin. No, I can't fix it. It won't. How did I fix that before? Well, wait, no, right here it did too. Oh, no, it didn't. Yeah, I don't get what happened. I've got an extension that allows me to record just one source. And we got it working last night. And then when I went to use it today, it just straight up didn't frickin' work. Yeah. I don't know what changed. The only thing that changed is that I'm streaming. Oh, I wonder if I have to set it to streaming or recording when I'm going to record while I'm streaming. Error. Too many concurrent sessions. Try closing other recording software that might be using NVENC. That's the problem. That's the problem. I'm not going to be able to record with NVENC while I'm streaming with NVENC. So we're going to have to switch to maybe NVENC. No. I bet you we're going to have to switch to software. and use the CPU medium. We want the quality of the video to be good. NVENC error. Too many concurrent sessions. Try closing other recording software that might be using the NVENC or the NVIDIA Shadow Player Windows Game DVR. Record with AV1. It's acting like I can't because I'm streaming, though. We did that. We used this perk. I'm sorry. We used this plugin yesterday, and it was no problem. And I wasn't streaming, though. And I was wondering if, well, maybe because I'm streaming, can it not use it? And now it's not working at all because I switched it to streaming or recording. Let me switch it back to recording. Yeah, now it's letting me record. It's still just doing one file, though. It should be doing two. 420 likes, nice. Depends on how hardcore encoders you have. It's got to be because I'm actively streaming that it won't work. I wonder if it's because I'm streaming to Twitch and I'm streaming to YouTube, and then I go to record and it's like, no. Let me switch it back to the captures folder. And then it's the YouTube and the Twitch. Those are the two sessions. Right, but then couldn't I switch it to software X264 and wouldn't it be able to then record just fine? Aha! That worked. That worked. So if I go and I switch scenes and then switch back, yeah, now it's using the CPU to record. If I hit stop recording, I have two videos now. I now have a video of just my camera, no scene switches, and then I have a video where the scene switches. Yes. I'm going to have to use the CPU to record. Yeah. Yep. I was like, I thought about that when we tested this yesterday. I was like, I wonder if is it really, really not going to like the fact that I'm streaming to Twitch and I'm streaming to YouTube, right? The CPU activity got up to like a 40% or a 50%. That should be totally fine. That shouldn't be like too high. It'll take testing, but you want it as slow as possible without crippling the CPU. I have the settings set to medium. Yeah, I have it set to medium. That's perfectly fine quality. He's going to use these for shorts. Yeah, he's going to use these for shorts, and I'm just sitting there. I'm just sitting there talking. We don't need to worry about that. Okay, we fixed it. We fixed it. That'll work. Yeah, it's 1440. Yeah. Okay. I don't know if he's going to use the video from today because he doesn't want to have to do all the cropping and the shifting. However, the one from today we probably should do because it is about GTA 6. You could always just do audio only. We'll see. I mean, I can drop the one I just recorded in frame if you want to see it. And see if it'll work for you, creature. I'm going to go to edit holding. I'll throw it in gaming. I'm going to use today's. You might want to end this so I can grab it. What do you mean? End this so you can grab it. It's been in frame since this morning. Be careful with CPU encode. It's really expensive on the CPU. It'll only be active for like 8 to 10 minutes when I record. No, it hasn't. Yes, it has. I'm looking at it in frame right now. Homie, I threw it in frame 3 hours ago. 3.5 hours ago. It's been in frame the whole time. I just went in there. It's sitting there. There's now 2 videos in Edit Holding Gaming. There's a 17-second video, and then there's a 5-minute and 41-second. You said it didn't work, so I closed frame. Oh, I said I'll throw it in there. Maybe he'll be able to use it anyway. That's what I did. I just threw it in there. I was like, well, we'll see if he can use it anyway. Lupo talking about mental health. What do you mean? Is he like streaming or tweeting about it, or are you just talking about his initial response? I don't see him doing anything new. I've already kind of spoken about that. I think, get help, figure out what's wrong, fix it. It's not 2018. CPUs are pretty beefy now. Yeah, I used to stream on a CPU. This CPU is a whole lot stronger than the one I used to stream on. Recording 5 to 10 minutes every morning, I don't think it'll be too bad. It only took the CPU to like 50%. If you get a Quadro card, you could do more simultaneous hardware encodes depending on your model. Listen, this is fine. This solution's fine. It's going to give Creature a 5 to 10 minute video every day of just me sitting here like this to put into shorts. It's not that serious. We're not trying to make like a high quality video. This is just so that the show open can be repurposed repurposed for shorts. May is the month to talk about mental health. Oh, well, no, they're talking about how he got caught cheating in the chess tournament. Yeah, this is just to feed the short shelf. We don't need to overthink this. We've got a solution. I figured out why it didn't work this morning. We've already solved it. We're good. I appreciate you guys trying to help. If you had 80 to 90 card, it'd all be done with NVENC, but this is totally fine. For our purposes, yeah, this will be totally fine. You think the GTA 6 delay could be the Series S's fault? No. No. Not even a factor. No. This is a pattern with Rockstar. The pattern with Rockstar is make assurances the game's going to be on time and then delay it anyway. I believed Strauss Zelnick, and I guess I shouldn't have. There could be a teeny tiny bit of influence from like the Switch 2. There could be a teeny tiny bit of influence from the Switch 2. Like maybe they're wanting to have it hit Switch 2 at launch because, Switch 2 is going to be pretty saturated by the time this happens. I would say that's a pretty small factor, but it could be a factor. I think it's primarily just it's an enormous game and they want to make sure it's at the legendary status that people are going to be expecting. So. As flawless as possible. How long after you think GTA Online releases? I don't know, like 90 days maybe. I think they're going to want to get it out, as quickly as they can, but also they've got to probably spin up servers and such. Any chance I could go to PC at launch? I don't think so, Jack. I don't. Strauss Zelnick seemed to indicate they were going to be coming to PC faster this time around. Like, that was how I took his comments about it. But what I think that requires, though, is you have to have the game ready, in a shippable status for console, and then you would start working on porting it to PC. I've said, based on his requests are open for the altars. Oh, that game looks so good. Oh, is this terminals, though? I've got to update my terminals so that they see my Twitch channel. Does the GTA 6 delay mean that Sony didn't really know the release date like we previously thought? It's possible that that's why they put Yote in October. They knew it wasn't under threat. They knew this delay was coming. I don't know. Hey, how do you add friends? Okay, add a friend. Yeah, I'm going to need your... Hang on. External link. Yeah, let's see if I can do this. ID file. Okay. Yeah, I'll need your friend name and number. I will need your friend name and number, Hilly. I'm probably gonna have to reboot mine. Mine's not showing up right. Hang on. Booting up the game. Okay. Here, I'm going to take down the friendly contest. The stretch goal is not really an issue or a worry, but if you guys want to scramble for it, you're going to have an opportunity. This stream with Hilly is going to be public, and if we hit the stretch goal, you can make Madam play a... we'll make her do a whole mission tonight, a whole castle in Assassin's Creed Shadows. That's what we're going to be playing tonight. Switch things around here. Hold on, it's public. Are you working during our Hilly stream? I'm telling Mom. That's right. Okay. All right. The YouTube link for the Arc Raider gameplay. Which? Ah. You've reached your daily limit for this action. You feeling okay? You feeling okay over there, Twitter? There we go. Like, wouldn't let me pose. Okay, let me open up the volume mixer. Let's get Hilly on the stage.
Hello.
Hello, sir.
Very good evening to you this fine Friday.
Hey, thank you. Sometimes you come in, you're like, hello, and it like goes up. And then sometimes it's like, you sound like you're grumpy, like, hello.
Hello. It's really hot here. It's really hot.
Oh, no, it's hot there?
Yeah, it's really hot. My house is 24 degrees.
You guys, Brits are not cut out for the heat.
No, it's because our building, right, this always annoys me. Americans are like, oh, that's not hot. Yeah, but everything in our country is designed to keep heat in because it's cold. 96% of the time. So when it's like 30 degrees, everything is an oven, including the house. So I've got in the loft, I've got insulation that keeps heat in. I wanted to go up there and rip it out, but I can't because 2 weeks later I'll need it. It's terrible. It's 24 degrees in my house. I'm sweating. Good afternoon, Broken Surprise.
My favorite part too, is that everybody listening for the most part is used to Fahrenheit. So they're like, it sounds like you're talking about winter temperatures because you're Celsius.
Yeah.
It's bloody hot over here. It's like 24 degrees.
Yeah, on our news, it was like, oh, it was 28 degrees in the Kew Gardens. You'd be like, wouldn't the flowers freeze? It's like, no, they're wilting.
Oh, I love it.
And I had a shocking start to the day because I had the day off because my friend's birthday, and I said to him, I'll take the day off, we'll play Valheim. And then my wife's like, well, if you've got the day off, you can cut the grass. Not only have I got to cut the grass as quick as I can so I can start playing with my mate, so it's baking hot and I'm cutting the grass at like 9 o'clock in the morning. Crazy.
I sent you a friend request.
Oh, cool. Alex. Oh, where did it go? Oh, no, I see it. System accept.
Okay, there we go. Okay, so now I should be able to do...
Invite to party.
Yeah, I should be able to... Invite to party.
I accept. I see you. Hang on, this is a tech test and that just works straight away. Every game from now on that can't do it is in the bin.
It's so true.
That's the end of it.
What was the game that we couldn't join each other? What was that? It was so frustrating.
Hang on, I need to turn you off. I'm hearing you double.
Oh, here. No, I muted my mic.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I can't remember, but there's some games they have the most ridiculous systems to do it.
Oh,
and
it was Monster.
Oh,
it was
Monster Hunter. That menu, environmental link. What was that? Environmental link. I nearly threw my whole computer out the window. I thought, I'm not doing it for this game. This game can go. Games like that make you. I felt old. I was like, I don't know what any of this means. What?
Oh, it was so frustrating because like we're just powerless. It's like, well, there's nothing we can do. We can't brute force it.
Yeah, it was like this, and everyone was trying to help, and that just made it worse because we were like, oh, it's just not working. Just weren't our day. Weren't our day, boys. But that, yeah, Monster Hunter. That what annoyed me is that the heart of that game is a really good game, but there's so many barriers to it for me. I was like, you just drive me around a bit. But this tech test has just done crossplay. Add a friend, I got the request, joined, and it's in. So nobody ever has got an excuse.
It's all true. Every word you just said is true.
If I ever come across a game and they're like, oh, you've got to do this, this, and this, I'll be like, no, I've got to uninstall. Goodbye. To you, good sir, you get nothing. Good day. Get nothing from me. You're getting refunded through Steam. That's what you're getting. Here's your friend request.
All right. Chat. I am going to spam a link for YouTube. And I'm going to stick to water, but if we extract, we're going to celebrate. That's our goal. One extraction.
One extraction.
I'm keeping us humble here. We want one extraction.
I will say I've played 3 rounds. I've extracted 3 times. I've had 2 PvP engagements, and I've not been downed. And I've killed 1 person.
So you're carrying.
Well, maybe they just put me into like the potato server. They're like, oh yeah, we've seen his stats. Yep, yeah, we've seen him on every game on Steam. Yeah, put him in with the bots or something. They might have done that. Now
Maybe.
It's going to throw me in with sweats, but
yes.
As well, one of the guys, it was the funniest. I was shooting him in the head, and he tried to set off one of those flare things, and it just shot into the room and bounced around the room. I was dying laughing. I was like, he's probably uninstalled.
He's probably done. Yeah. Let me do a test to make sure my chat is joined. Okay, YouTube, use that link that I posted in chat, or you can obviously redirect. Redirect's not super reliable, but we're getting ready to start. Okay, you guys on Twitch don't have to do anything. Gift a bunch of subs and go crazy. It'll get people in here if you feel like it. You could try to compete with YouTube, but you lost again, Twitch. All right, here we go. Thanks so much for checking out this video. I am going to be jumping in with my man Hilly into Arc Raiders gameplay. This is the Arc Raiders Tech Test 2, and I'm not an extraction guy. I'm not a PvP guy. We're going to try and have some fun. We're going to try and play this in maybe a little bit more casual way. I'm of the opinion that PvE would be great for this because a lot of the content is PvE-centric, so we're going to see how this goes. This is typically a members-only segment on Friday, as well as like I'll stream Friday nights with my wife. So if you think this is fun and you like the content or the vibe or the stream, hit join, pick Member Plus, so that way you don't miss out. And you guys that are watching on Twitch are the best. You don't have to do anything. I'm going to end the previous stream, and I'm going to redirect folks over so that they are able